And just of note, Reuters poll does reveal Bank of England is to hold the bank rate at 5% on September 19th. That said all of the 65 economists. Just a bit further on that poll, 49 out of the 65 economists said is to cut the bank rate by 25 basis points once more this year. 16 said twice. And just of note for Chile's Codelco, copper production is down 10.7% year over year in July, 211.4 thousand tons. And in terms of copper production, that is up 29.2% in July, 206.5 thousand tons. And for Chilean mine Collahuasi, copper production is down 6% year over year in July to 47,000 tons.
Russia's Putin says maybe we should think about exports restrictions on some goods such as uranium. Chip stocks up in early trade today. NVDA, ARM, and Micron all up.
Just of note for uranium names, Russia's Putin says that maybe they should think about export restrictions of some goods, such as uranium, and Putin goes on to also mention titanium and nickel exports. And that's potentially of note for Cameco CCJ. And as usual, just kicking off the usual market rundown after the US cash open. In terms of US indices, they are seeing some declines after the open. This does follow the US CPI report, which did obviously see a slightly hotter core month over month and a cooler headline year over year, with the remaining figures as expected. In terms of sectors, they do open largely to the downside, led by real estate, financials, and industrials. Meanwhile, technology does solely outperform, as NVIDIA does see gains by over 2% ahead of its CEO, who is set to speak later today. For treasuries, the curve is bear flattening, as T-notes did see a sharp sell-off upon the CPI report, particularly at the shorter end of the curve, as the likelihood of a 50 basis point rate cut at the September meeting declines. And as such, money markets do now see a 15% chance of a 50 basis point rate cut, and thus 85% chance of a 25 basis point. In terms of the longer end, that will be of attention for the session ahead, as we do have that US 10-year note auction later today. Elsewhere, the crude complex is firmer, trimming its recent sell-off, supported by yesterday's surprise crude draw in the weekly private inventory report, while geopolitics rather takes the back foot for now. And for crude going forward, today's EIA weekly report, which is set to release in the next hour, will be of focus. In terms of looking ahead in the near term, at the top of the hour, we are expecting remarks from ECB's Butch, who is part of the supervisory board, although we are not expecting a text release.
Russia's Putin says, I'm in no rush in discussions on commodity export limits.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. and saved 92%.
Just seeing some further commentary here from Putin. Says there's no rush in discussions on commodity export limits.
All right, I'm on with you for just a minute here. So this is the. I'll be on here in a minute. I got to grab some coffee and stuff. I was with my kids this morning, and hold on one second here. It was like last night was a weird ass night. I was up late. The debate went pretty late. Then my daughter's friend, his mom is sick or something, so wife had to take care of that this morning. So I just gotta get some coffee, take a shower. But this is your 4-hour candle right here. You want to pay very close attention to this. This is the halfback trade on closing the gap. It's also, I believe, PT2, 541.34. Also note that the month-over-month rate of inflation, using the GS, two points. One, there was a trade yesterday put on the debates for Kamala Harris losing the debate. And it wasn't necessarily, the trade had nothing to do with who wins the presidency. It was just that the skew on one side was lopsided in Kamala's favor. So there was a trade put on yesterday for Trump to win the debate. So this isn't political. This is very similar to the rate cut trade not being a part of actual rate cuts. It's just a trade within a trade pricing in the election volatility. Now they didn't get that trade. They didn't get that trade this morning, but they did get the volatility from. They did get the volatility from the print this morning on month-over-month inflation. Now the expected move on that was right here to PT1. It was a negative 0.75% downside move. But this is the 4-hour candle. This is the same place that I bought yesterday. I might be a little wary of this today, though there can be an argument made that, like yesterday, they might break below and then take it right back up and have the green day for 9/11, the 9/11 trade. Just be conscious that if we begin to break below and we catch a new low, that kind of stuff, right? Start to see all the stuff come down. That you would need to have some stops down here because they will do the sweep down below. Now, regardless if we turn around here in the 4-hour candle or if we sweep this leg down below here, I would not be shocked if we closed green today. I wouldn't be shocked if we even traded all the way up here. Due to it being 9/11, where's my PT1, 2, and 3s here? Yeah, there we go. Bring those back over here. Would not be shocked to trade this entire range today. We have some pretty big expected moves into end of the week. Today is Wednesday. Normally, you get a big print by Thursday, so would not be shocked to see us attempt both up and downside moves today and tomorrow. Just be conscious of it. I would say not necessarily be bearish, but expect more volatility rather than a melt-up type situation if we had gotten a good print on inflation. I think that's it. And then the other only negativity here as a bear would be that trade. You know, sometimes when large players put a trade on, let's say for Trump to win the debate, even if he loses, it won't matter. It's just an excuse. And they still want that trade to print. They'll find any excuse to make it print. And we have, of course, last night, this morning, and tomorrow, more volatility. And so anything to be used for an excuse is good enough for the trade to print. So just be aware of that this morning. So that downside target over here is 538.45. I'll be back with you guys shortly. Yeah, this is all expected stuff. Like, so just so you guys know, let me just show you guys a few things here. So this is a 30-minute basis right here, right? For this week's expected move, for this week's expected move, this is all range bound in here, right? So you're not going to expect anything from VIX unless we begin to move lower or begin to break out, okay? That's the only time you'll see VIX become elevated. Spot up, vol up, or an expected move down. Also note that SPX gamma has moved higher. The put wall's moved higher, so we can easily trade this down here today, and you won't see volatility, moon or anything like that. You would need to see the break below and begin to trade lower. And even then, there's not that much volatility to 528. 528's kind of priced in right now as well. It was priced in as on Monday. It's improved, but it still was priced in. The only last thing I would say too would be watch your 30-minute velo on an hourly basis, half an hour velo on a 30-minute basis. If it begins to turn up, you might be able to buy a dip here. I'll be back with you guys soon. My throat's hurting me too. Plus, it's Wednesday. We did a lot of talking yesterday. I got a bunch of stuff to go over with you guys today. We're gonna lay out. We're gonna start working on laying out rate cuts and a bunch of data. We're gonna peel through this stuff heading into
favorable in the medium term.
The rate cut, and there's a reason for this. There is a lot of subterfuge on the news from banks and from social media based on what interests, like even just a person, what they want to see happen, and not what the data says is likely to happen, or if it doesn't happen, what the data says should happen in the markets. There's a lot of personal or trades on where I want to print or I want to see this happen, and it's not based in the data nor the reaction to what actually the decisions are. So I want you guys to be able to stay objective, so that as you consume this stuff, as we get closer and closer towards the rate decision, you're not blindsided by opinion or AUM, right? What people are trading or they want to see happen, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of it's starting to ramp up everywhere, and it's kind of, I'm not scratching my head about it. I realize why it happens, but things should only get murkier as we get closer to the rate decision. And I really want you guys to have the actual data to support how to react to the decision and what comes out in that decision, and have the actual facts. I'll talk to you guys soon.
So White House's economic advisor Brainard on CNBC says, I think that we are turning the page on inflation.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now,
Yeah, we can trade PT3 with no noticeable.
Down 1% now.
You're not going to see like a monster green bar trading all the way down to PT3. So you see that stink bid way down here? That's 52.50. It's been sitting there parked. It's been parked, just waiting to get filled. Keep an eye on that.
White House economic advisor Brainard says housing is continuing to be sticky.
It is just worth continuing to observe some of the price action in the markets. So in terms of the post-US CPI reaction, relatively interesting for stocks. Did initially see some downside on that hot unexpected core month-to-month. That was then paired, however, the selling has once again resumed, and it does appear to be an inflationary play at play here, with the Russell lagging down some 1.4% compared to losses in the Nasdaq of 0.5 and the ES of around about 0.9%. Treasuries, they initially held on to some of the downside, but has waned somewhat now. Treasuries, they're currently down just one tick on the session. In terms of European fixed income markets, the early uptrend that we saw in bunds has very much continued. We've got now a new session high for the bunds. Currently, we are at 135.28. I do believe that's a contract high for the debt contract. Then just in terms of other asset classes, the dollar, that is in slight positive territory with some divergent performance versus major counterparts. And just seeing the yen just continue to claw back at some of the recent losses against the dollar and just move back onto a 141 handle. So again, just some continuation of the choppy price action post US CPI. And just making you aware of comments from White House's Brainard, says that thinks that we are turning the page on inflation, according to a CNBC interview. Says next up on your calendars to be aware of, we are potentially on the lookout for some remarks from the NVDA CEO, Jensen Huang, who'll be speaking at the Goldman Sachs Communicopia. So again, that's NVIDIA CEO, due to speak at 20 past the hour. It's further here from White House's Brainard, says that housing is continuing to be sticky.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast as a build of 1.05 million on the prior draw of 6.873 million. The range sees a build of 2 million to a draw of 0.82 million. Gasoline inventories forecasted for a flat read 0 million from the prior build of 0.848 million. Distillate inventories forecast for a build of 0.275 million on the prior draw of 0.371 million. And inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior was a draw of 1.142 million. For the crude oil stock change, keep in mind yesterday the release of the private API crude oil stock change came in a draw of 2.79 million on the expected build of 0.7 million.
And just going back to the equity space, now just seeing deeper losses. Yes, that's now down 1.3%. Nasdaq down 1.1. Russell down 1.6. So again, just underlining that some of this selling pressure is just continued to pick up in the equity space, and this has just prompted a further bid into the fixed income space, with Treasuries now in positive territory, up 3.5 ticks on the session. And then elsewhere, dollar not really doing too much beyond the earlier price action, which I did give you. Elsewhere, though, we are just seeing crude just continue to drift lower. WTI still up some 50 cents on the session.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA crude oil inventories numbers. Crude oil forecasted build of 1.05 million on the prior draw of 6.873 million. The range sees a build of 2 million to a draw of 0.82 million. Gasoline inventories forecasted for a flat read at 0 on the prior build of 0.848 million.
So
Distillate
next up on the
inventories
data
forecast
slate
a
at the
build of
bottom of the hour, to
0.275
the
million
weekly
on the prior
DOE
draw
crude
of
oil
0.371
inventories.
million.
So for the
Crude Cushing
headline,
inventories,
that's
prior
expected
with
to
draw
build
of 1.142 million.
187,000
Keep
against
in
a
mind
prior
yesterday the
draw of
US API private crude oil
6.873
stock
million.
change came
Private
in at a
inventories
draw
last
of
night were a draw of
2.79 million
2.8
on
million.
the expected
For
build of
distillate, that's
0.7
expected
million.
to build 313,000 against a prior draw of 371,000. Private was a build of 300,000. Whilst for gasoline, that's expected to draw 109,000 against a prior build of 848,000. Private was previously a draw of 500,000. Refining utilisation, that's forecast at minus 0.6% against a prior of 0. Cushing was previously a draw of 1.142 million against a private draw last night of 2.6 million. Crude protection last week was 13.3 million barrels per day.
One minute remaining for the EIA inventories numbers. I'll leave with the crude oil inventories. Ten seconds. Build 0.833 million, build 0.833 million. That's higher than the expected lower than the expected build of 1.05 million. Gasoline inventories, a build of 2.31 million, a build of 2.31 million, higher than the expected flat read of 0. Distillate inventories, a build of 2.308 million, a build of 2.308 million, higher than the expected build of 0.275 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a draw of 1.7 million, 1.7 million. Seen some weakness in WTI prices here following the unexpected storage draws in gasoline and distillate inventories. Again, larger than expected build seen.
And just in the FX space, just worth keeping an eye on cable, just moving ever lower. The pound is one of the worst performers across the majors in FX today. Cable now down to 130.15. Just keep an eye in case we do see a test at 130 to the downside. That hasn't been breached since the 20th of August. Below that day was 129.75. So the pound just dealing with the twin effects of the firmer dollar as well as the softer UK GDP data early in the session.
The S&P 500 Bank Index down 2.4% after falling close to 3% in the last session.
So just 1 minute now on the DOE crude oil inventories. Again, the headline that's expected to build at 987,000, and that begins a prior draw of 6.873 million. Private last night was a draw of
Brent oil
2.8
futures
million.
pairing their gains after the US EIA storage report.
That is a build of 833,000, below the expected 987,000. Distillate, a build of 2.308 million, below the expected 313,000. With gasoline, a build of 2.310 million, against expected draw of 109,000. Refinery utilization minus 0.5% against expected minus 0.6, with Cushing a deeper draw than previous at 1.704 million. Then crude production last week, that was unchanged on the week at 13.3 million barrels per day. And just in terms of price action for crude, have seen some marginal negative downticks. So again, that was a smaller build than expected, but was in contrast to the private draw that we saw last night. Then also did see larger than expected builds for distillate and gasoline. And just in terms of the magnitude of the declines, crude, that's fallen from 66.74 to 66.09. And that's for the October contract.
The dollar extending losses against the yen, falling to a near 8-month low, last down 0.7% at 141.42 yen. And again, cable just moving ever closer to that 130 mark, now at 130.05. US Treasury yields turn higher as US stock posts sharp losses now. 10-year yield last down 2.2 basis points. So Tropical Storm Francine moving northeast toward the Louisiana coast, according to NHC. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane force winds are expected to begin in Louisiana this afternoon.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And just the latest update here from the NHC. Just noted that Francine is moving northeastward towards the Louisiana coast, with life-threatening storm surge and hurricane force winds expected to begin in Louisiana this afternoon. And further here from the NHC, they note that Francine is expected to rapidly weaken after landfall, and the system is forecast to become post-tropical on Thursday. is just acknowledging some of the further downside we have seen in the crude space, now down to 65.65 for the October WTI contract. Of course, yesterday did see that contract low. That resides at 65.27, so just around 40 cents away from that level being tested. So next up on the data slate at the top of the hour, we are looking at the Cleveland Fed CPI for August, previously at 0.3%. Again, that's Cleveland Fed CPI, previously at 0.3%, due at the top of the hour.
Check 1, 2. I need that coffee. It's going to be a long one. Check 1, 2. Mic check phone. Just a few minutes here. I got to get ready. Dude, I thought that what am I looking for? All right. Give me just one quick second. I gotta follow up with some people here. Let's go to the thing, Bobby. Market brief. Go to the where we are. All right. Break time. Be right back. Old Manny break time. Be right back. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? Good to see you. Sorry, I've got a little bit of congestion this morning. Okay, so I went over a brief with you earlier in the week and the past couple days. I gave you a function this morning for an inflation print. The expectation would be that we trade, I believe, 545.06, but gave you the 4-hour candle, and then we're now down towards PT3. There's also more downside here, but I don't think it's today or right now. I don't think it's going to happen at the moment. The downside expected move from the market briefs, I don't think you're going to see that today. Maybe, but probably not. Maybe you'll see it by tomorrow. I think that's possible. You'll see it by tomorrow because we have to get back up to the OPEX number by next week on the, I believe, the 6th, or I don't know if 16th, 20th. I'll look it up. I'll look up when OPEX is. Hold on here. Yeah, I know it's third Friday of the month. I already know that. I just want the dates. I just want to look quickly. September 20th. We have to get back to it. Now, there are some complications with that, like get back to the OPEX date and that kind of stuff. And that implies if we get a rate cut on the 17th, 18th. We shouldn't be at all-time highs. And an argument can be made that tech is not at all-time highs. It's the same place it was. What's going on here? It's the same place it was when we began rate hiking. We began pricing in rate hiking. I should rephrase that. When the Fed warned us that they would begin a rate hike cycle and QT and runoff and all that kind of stuff in the late 2021 and then the beginning of 2022. You could make an argument that small caps is the same. And you could also make an argument that most of tech has not recovered either, even though the Mag 7 has carried the greater market along the way. Now, the one standout here, or two standouts here, of course, is DIA, and then more presently, the S&P 500 is quite high for a rate cut, and Mag 7 in general is too, being the stocks that carried the market, less Tesla, of course. Now if we can, I'll go over this stuff with you today. I have it written for a brief, or maybe I'll just, maybe I'll wait from today.
To be aware of.
I'll get you it's not really a brief, it's a special report, and I'll get that to you. Then we'll do maybe the show focused around that special report, because there's a bunch of data. If you look at a month or a quarter, and all of the data, a quarter is probably better. If you look at all of the data that comes out, or here's a finer example. If you have a rate cycle and a rate hiking cycle and a runoff cycle and a QT cycle, every quarter you get reports. Some of them you get every month, some of them you get every week, some of them you get only once a quarter. But the big focal point for cash market traders, of course, is inflation, unemployment, GDP to some extent, but then there's finer stuff in that data, right? There's smaller data points within and all that stuff. So we are, whether you know this or not, we are coming into the end of a hiking cycle. I will just tell you that we are at the end of a hiking cycle. And all the finer data points that you may not need to pay attention to during the rate hike cycle, QT, all that kind of stuff, comes more into focus. And it comes more into focus mostly because you've probably already heard people out there say, bad news is good news is now, good news is good news, bad news is bad news. What they failed to tell you is that it's not inflation and unemployment. It's a bunch of other data points. And why does that matter? When they don't ever describe that to you. When they're like, yeah, bad news is now bad news, good news is now good news. They don't ever tell you what that means. And there's some meaning behind it. So I'll simplify it right now as we chat. So as an example, sorry about that. If you have like the GDP growth rate, right? It goes like this normally, right? And during COVID, it went crazy, like way up here. And now it's come back down in line with the normal GDP rate of growth. It's like right here. And so the thesis here is this: it's like velocity and unemployment, velocity and inflation, all that kind of stuff. The Fed should come into some kind of a loosening cycle, and the question becomes, does that data turn up back normal, or does it overshoot? That would be over tightening, right? It overshoots, GDP falls, or GDP growth rate falls, and that's bad, right? This is a pretty good example I think I'm giving you guys right now. So we're right here, and let me do one more thing. And we don't know what's going to happen. Now, if the Fed continues to tighten, we can overshoot. We know the Fed and the Treasury Department are also elephants. This is data that has gone back. This specific thing that I just drew you is like 30 years of data. So 1 month or 1 quarter, it's cutting it close, right? Because this stuff that impacts for a much larger time scale. Now, last night, I went down the rabbit hole some more, and I started looking at the end of rate hike or rate cycles, and we're in this weird place. We're in this place where, and I've been seeing like the 50 bit. I saw a fucking fund yesterday say that the Fed can cut 50 basis points, and the market wouldn't overreact. That's inaccurate. We have no historical example of that. Zero of that working. We have examples of the Fed over tightening, and we end up blasting through, right down here, and we end up having problems. We end up having depressions, not depressions, recessions, I should say, and we do have some examples though of the Fed able to thread a needle, for lack of a better word, thread a needle. Where they can, I posted on Twitter this morning, they can, or if they can make you believe and the market believe, hey, look, we're not going to over tighten. We haven't broken anything. We are going to cut and still be data dependent. We could raise a rate down the road, right? And we will be data dependent, and we will check all these finer data points, right? Good news is now good news, and bad news is now bad news. And as long as anything doesn't get haywire, we won't enter a recession. And the expectation here that would be that you'd see something come back in line like this. Now, we're not here yet. So anyone claiming that we are, we're not. I'm sorry, you're wrong. The data doesn't say that. And anyone pushing that narrative is wrong. Wrong. There's no data to support that. Zero. So, but we are at this inflection point. That is where we actually are. Now, if we're at this inflection point right here, right? If we're at this inflection point right here, there's a problem. The problem when we are at these inflection points, and this goes on in the market all the time. Every year, 2-3 years, every inflection point, you get the weirdos that come out of the woodwork. And these weirdos have an ohm to push. Their ohm might be $1,000. Their ohm might be they're dumb. Their ohm might be that I'm not shitting you. Dumb. I'm not this frank with people, or but they're just dumb, and I'll explain that in a minute. They're stupid. And then there's people that have ohm with millions of dollars. There are people that have fantasies. There are people that have mental health issues. I kid you not. There are people that have wishes, right? I wish it was like this. They're not dumb, but they're like, I wish that we could go back to this or back to that. That's me. I fall in that category. I would love to go back to 30-cent hamburgers. What's the reality of us going there? Not fun. Worse than not fun. You're talking the potential of the worst depression ever, world war, civil war, you not living a good life. Most of you out there that have that fantasy, and people that are dumb, that don't know the implications of that, likely have never been to a third world war-torn country where you see a 10-year-old pregnant in the street, where you see bodies rotting in the street and stuff like that, and they're drinking filth-ridden water, shitting in the street, that kind of stuff. You don't want to live like that. And no, you and your prepper gear out in the fucking, I don't know, your 30 acres, like my 40, is not going to save you, whether you think so or not. Go to Nigeria. It's fun over there. You'll love it. So, that's not reality. It's not reality for a first world nation, nor the leader of the first world either. Now, can it happen? Is it possible? Yes. Is this time different? No, it hasn't ever been. Normally what happens to first world nations in those situations is we go to war. We send your ass to war. We literally, you're at your little compound, right? We knock on your door or your boy's door or your daughter's door. And we go, we're taking all your kids and putting them to war to pay off where we are. You might not believe that, but that's true. So you still lose. You get it? You're still the loser. They don't lose, that you do. So at any rate, so all the fantasize and the dumbness. I heard one guy last night was talking about how there was commentary about Trump, and they were blaming Biden for inflation. And the parrot talk was now this isn't a slight against this or Trump or this Trump supporter. This is a slight against a person, an individual. His political affiliation does not matter. But this is the example of dumb people. So this guy was commenting, and he was parroting. He said, it's probably out of anger, stress, whatever. And he was like, prices have not come down since Biden was in office. He created this. The truth be told, inflation has gone on and on and on and on and on since day one. Hamburgers never come back in price. There are small moments where we have disinflationary, and the price of hamburgers might go back lower for, I don't know, 3 years ago or 5 years ago, but it rises again and never comes back, right? The price of the hamburger that's up. Yeah, it might go back down to this prior period, but guess what? Over time, it goes right back up again. Make sense? Over time, always going up. Now, here's the other issue here with what this guy was saying, right? So he's saying this, and then he said, well, prices aren't lower now, and he created this. So, number one, Biden hasn't created shit. And you could blame every other Republican because they've done the same shit since day one. Inflation goes up and up and up and up and up. Now, number two, during COVID, we were put into the inflation that we are living with from who was in office then. Who was that? It was Trump. Now, would it have mattered if it was a Democrat? No. It didn't matter if it was a Democrat or a Republican. We'd be in the same situation. We as a country and our Senate and our House of Representatives and you out there, whether you own a business, whether you couldn't work, not our emergency workers, but, the rest of you out there, the majority of America decided that you wanted money. Now, I don't care that you're complaining today that businesses took it all and didn't pay you as a worker. None of that matters. What happened, right? Inflation spiked. It went rampant. We got this normal rate of inflation, right? We got this normal rate of inflation going up, right? COVID, whoop, right up here. Right? I'm not going to blame Trump for it because it wouldn't have mattered who was president. I'm not going to blame the Senate or the House because everyone, and we likely needed this money to be printed. I'm a little upset that we didn't spread out that debt over 100 years or even 200 years. But they've done a pretty damn good job bringing most of these data points back into line. Now, your $1 hamburger over here, regardless of this, is still going to be $2 over here. Make sense? $3 over there, and there might be a spike where it's higher, where they go to $3, let's say, up there. Now, this guy was like, well, I want hamburgers back to $1. And I'm like, what do you mean? Do you know what this entails here? And even if you did get hamburgers back to $1, what do you think? Do you think your hamburgers are going to stay there in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years? No. It's immediately going to go right back up here to $2 and keep climbing higher and higher and higher and higher. And I'm sorry. That's what it is. That's what it's always been. And you can't give an equal voice to the crazy people in the room, nor the dumb people or the stupids or whatever. You can't. They don't have the same seat at the table. That this time is different, that we're going to get the burning tires and all this other bullshit that they spew out there. They're wrong. They don't get an equal seat. Some of you out there think that they do get an equal seat when you're on X or Twitter and you think that the crazies get a seat. They don't. In normal life, they don't get a seat at the table. They are crazy. They're fun. It's cool to be like, oh, yeah, we'll talk conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But they don't get a fucking seat at the table. They're noise in the background. They're not a part of being rational. You understand what I'm saying? Now, they just don't. Now, if we do overshoot this, we go up and come back down, right? Like we have our normalcy right here, right? Bam, 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 bam. We go out and we go in. Okay? We're in this range here. And you've got the crazies talking right now, right? At an inflection point. The crazies want us to go down here. The crazies have no skin in the game. I promise you. They don't. Or they don't know, or they're ignorant. And further, there are no mandates in our company, in our government that says, destroy it all. They're going to work to stop this in every instance in history. Whether it works or doesn't, whether it breaks, whether there's some kind of exogenous event out there that makes it happen, something unknown or whatever, they're still going to fight that from happening. So you shouldn't be giving quarter to any of these people. These same people, when we were out of control up here, told you that they wouldn't get it back in control, and sure than shit, they did. Because the government works on that stuff. I'm sorry, but that's what they do. Right? And they did. They worked on inflation. They worked on out of control GDP, the rate of growth. They worked on unemployment. That's all coming back right now from the bottom side, okay? So, like, when you're like, when we're at these inflection points, it's just like constant noise. Always crying, always whining, always warning. What do they call these guys? They look like the boy who cries wolf. And there's a couple other names for these people. And it's just nonstop, never ends, can't stop. Or you're like trying to give them a seat at the table. Like, I'm going to listen to that. I'm never going to listen to that. Ever. I'm going to live my life well and awesome. I'm going to raise some kids. I'm going to fuck my wife, eat great fucking food, and go about my business. And know that if something does break, they're going to work on it. It could happen. Am I worried about it? No. And especially not yet. And that leads me into the next part of this conversation. 11:30, baby. Here comes the vol control crowd. Woohoo! You might not even get that lower end. You might not even tag that now. So we're at an inflection point. You have different people with their own motivations in the background right now. And it's only going to get louder as we get into the end of the year. And they're gonna throw so much shit everywhere and nonsense that has nothing to do with the economy, nothing to do with macro, and shit to do with the stock market. You need to be aware of that for what you're consuming. And you think it's just on Twitter. It's not. It's all these hedge funds writing articles. It's all of them being interviewed. It's Bloomberg. It's the bond vigilantes. It's the people running for office. It's the people with power and money that want certain things to happen. Right? So just be careful. There's people that just want to cover their ass. I get one note from my private banking with JPM, and then they tell you other shit on public. It's the CYA, right? Cover their ass. You hear Fed presidents covering their ass in one speaking engagement. They'll tell you, we need rate cuts. No rate cuts. That's so they can whitewash and say, no, on that date I said this. You need to be able to navigate all the bullshit as it crescendos in these inflection points. We go through them every year and a half, 3 years, 5 years. We go through the bullshit phase. And that's where we're entering right now, the crock of shit phase. And I don't believe any of them. What you need to do as a trader is you need to dig into the data. You need to, whoever you like out there, go back and start finding people you can actually trust with what the fucking reality is versus the nonsense. And if the nonsense ever turns into something more, you're ready for it. You know what to look for if that really matters, if that is now material. Does that make sense? But you don't worry about it because they always whine. They're constantly there, just like whine, bitch, fucking conspiracy theory. I don't know. The world is ending. They've been doing this shit since time immemorial. If you go back and listen to trucker over-the-road radio stations from the 1960s, they have archives. Same assholes were 30, 40 years old back then doing it. It's like generational. I'm gonna pump out a baby that's another conspiracy theorist, right? And let him propagate more horse shit and bullshit out there. So it's always there. It's always been there. It'll never go away. The older you get, the more you're gonna realize they're out of their fucking skulls or have a mental health disorder. A real one. Not a fake one. A real one. So they don't get a seat at the table. Do you understand? And when you see them talking, just be like, shut up and sit down. The adults are talking here. Does that make sense? And you can be a prepper. Don't get me wrong. You can be a prepper. Prepping is normal, but there's weirdos in preppers, aren't there? Right? You can be aware of the downside potential in the market, but you don't propagate it, right? You can be aware of a comet hitting the Earth, but that doesn't mean you go on ham radio and say a comet's coming tomorrow and the whole world's going to end. There's a difference. Does that make sense? There's a difference between this stuff and the crazy person that's telling you it's happening tomorrow. You can be aware of it. You can prepare for these things, but if it ain't happening, why are we going crazy over it? You know what I mean? So, if you're a prepper out there, I think that's fine. If you're a conspiracy theorist, I think that's fine. Some conspiracies are right, but then you get the crazies. You get people that are like the Earth is flat and I believe it. You're just like, you know what, man? Get the fuck on out of here, right? At least theoretically, if I can fly around the world right now and I don't see the Earth flat, that's what we're going to go with right now. We might be living in a simulation, but when I fuck my wife, it feels real to me. Make sense? So, it's like, okay, I'm aware of it, thank you. But I'm not living my life around it, am I? And that's the difference. Can't be living your life around this stuff. And they likely aren't either. They're likely just paranoid and delusional. Does that make sense? Or they're selling you something. They're like selling you an ohm. They're selling you a subscription. They're selling you readership. They're selling you something for you to consume, right? And be aware of that because times are getting really weird, aren't they? We have astroturfing, all-time highs. everyone's going to grift. Grifts. Not easy to navigate. So, you're getting a special report. It's in depth, goes over all this stuff. As we go into this rate decision, you are and you will be prepared with this report to listen closely to the Fed. That's who you want to listen to. And then you want to gauge the reaction of the market. We're in the fall, weakest time of the year, the time where you take profit and look for a dip to buy. Meanwhile, you've got some great kabuki theater. You got Jerome coming out. You got data drops. You're able to listen to what they're trying to sell us, right? Now, they're going to try to sell us something at this rate decision. They're going to try to sell us something at the next rate decision as well. And you're going to be able to track over the course of the next 3 months. We're still in September. You're going to be able to watch the Fed's decision, the finer data. Does it begin to turn up where it should? Does it begin to turn down where it should? Does it go flat like it should if it's supposed to? We don't need velocity in this. We don't want velocity in that. We want this to turn up. We want that to turn down. And if they try to sell us a story and they say to you, you know what, we're not going to do this. We're going to do that. You're going to get 25. And this is the truth. You, no matter what they're telling you, even this morning, you should be expecting 25 BPS. At minimum, you should be expecting a guaranteed 25 BPS telegraphed to you before the end of this year. I still think that's inappropriate. 25 BPS is what you should be expecting. You should also be expecting the Fed to reinforce that they are data dependent and that they are closely monitoring all of these data points to begin to flatten now that they're in line, and that they will closely monitor it, and they are willing to actually raise rates. They're willing to cut rates slowly. Nothing has broken. Those are all the things you want to hear. You don't want to hear like, we're going to continue to tighten because they shouldn't be tightening anymore. You don't want to hear that they're not going to cut rates because there is risk that they're going to over-tighten. And you certainly don't want to hear 50 BPS, 75 BPS, or 1 BPS, because that does imply that they have over-tightened already. And they are right there. And I will show you how they're right there. It's not up for discussion. It's not up for argument. It's not up for anything. You can see it. It's fucking right there. That's why we have this Fed data. This Fed data is there and costs money to account for so that you can yourself, as a U.S. citizen, see it. Make sense? Turning around right now. Didn't quite hit PT3. Going back up to check the cross on the half an hour cross off the hourly trigger. Above at 546.51. Maybe we can get all the way up there and see what happens. We're going to make this right here a little bit of a rejection point. So anyways, as I look at the data, it's kind of fascinating. You shouldn't be scared. I don't know why you're all scared out there. I don't know why you're all paranoid. We literally, the Treasury Department, the Federal Reserve, literally reined in all the bad shit, and it's all now in trend again prior to COVID. You should be congratulating yourselves. You should be stoked. Now it's only a matter, do we overshoot? That's the only matter. Do we overshoot? Do we not overshoot? That's it. The debt, the U.S. government debt, is kind of in line right now. It's kind of in line. There are people out there saying, look at the debts, it's out of control. That really isn't if you go for the cheapness of money and time as it passes. They've been saying that shit since I was a baby. They had like a debt clock going. This has never changed. Life's moved on. I'm almost 50. If I had worried about that fucking debt clock when I was 12 years old, I'd be living in a fucking apartment somewhere in a shithole. with nothing to my name, eating saltine crackers because I was worried about the debt clock. It's not for you to worry about. They got debt back in line. There's a little bit of debt there that we shouldn't have, but some of you guys want like debt back to like 1960 or something. Some of you guys want. You can make those changes slowly over time, but no one's calling for it. There isn't a revolution in this country for that to happen. The show is going on. MMT is going on. Nothing's changed. Nothing. Like literally nothing. Nothing's changed. So I would expect more of the same. Unless something does break or unless something does change fundamentally. I watched that debate last night. Right? You're all voting for one of those two people, aren't you? Ain't none of you out there voting for someone different, nominating someone different. You say you want change, but I don't see it. Maybe someone in the chat's going to tell me right now, I'm not voting for them. The majority are. And that's the reality. And what you want or what you fantasize about or what you're not smart enough to understand does not give you a seat at the table unless you're the majority. The reality of life, the reality of the economy, the reality of the stock market, the reality that we all live in and have to live by is that you're not allowed to go in McDonald's and say, I want a 30-cent fucking hamburger. They're not going to give it to you, buddy. Sorry. You don't get to negotiate. Now, if all of you do it, we'll talk about it. That's not what the reality is it? So that special report is being worked on. We are not in doom and gloom right now. We need to get the data. As a matter of fact, we don't even need any more data. We're waiting on the Fed right now. We're basically just literally, of everything that's coming out the rest of this month, none of it matters. The only thing that matters right now is the Federal Reserve. It's literally the only thing that matters right now. Does the Fed maintain course? Does the Fed slightly alter course? Or does the Fed markedly alter the course? And we need that information. It's the only information that we pretty much don't have. Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but you don't always get. I agree with you. Like, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to go crazy, but you're not given a seat at the table, and you can't argue with the facts. Like, these are facts, and I realize that some of you out there are like, "Hey, Cap, you know that inflation is a lie. You know that this isn't current, or this doesn't take into account this, or times have changed, or this doesn't matter anymore." I understand all that stuff. I get it. But it's not pertinent. You know what I mean? It's not relevant to the reality of living life. It's a hard lesson to learn too, isn't it? Think about when you were a teenager. And you're a child, right? And you live under a certain set of rules with your parents. And a lot of those rules are based around you being a lower member in your family, right? You are in a what? Well, if you had a decent family, you lived in what? What do they call it? It's a dictatorship, but it's called a. It's not quite a democracy. It's a it's not a beneficial dictatorship or something like that. It's called, but whatever. The idea being is that you live in under a certain construct with certain rules. When you become a teenager and you become an adult, start to become an adult, and something that might have worked with your mom or dad, right? Like my youngest daughter lies to me. She lies to me. She's turned 11, so she doesn't lie anymore. But around 9 to 11 years old, both daughters learned to lie. And what they're doing is learning coping skills, which all humans do. Did I beat up on my 9-year-old for lying to me? Did I call her out and say busted and, like, put her on punishment? No. I knew what she was doing. She's learning coping skills for when she does something that she perceives someone doesn't like. Now, does that work with her daddy? Sure. Will her daddy talk to her about her coping mechanisms and her lies, right? And I caught you. I'm not mad at you, but I want you to know you got to get better at lying so you can get away with it. And she goes, oh, daddy, what? Now, does that work when she goes out into the real world and becomes an adult? No, it doesn't, does it? When she becomes an adult and she tries to apply the same rules from her childhood as an adult, and she finds out real quick that that doesn't work, right? So as she gets older, I have to say things to her like, hey, this might work right now with me. Let's use this as a learning experience because when you get away from me, it ain't going to fly. When you become an adult, there are consequences for these things that you do. And the same thing applies to where we are right now. There are consequences if you go down the rabbit hole with these people and you consume what they're telling you, because it's not a part of reality. You'll be taking those bets and you'll be wrong yet again and give all your money back because some dumbass out there is telling you the sky is falling. Does that make sense? That's why I don't believe most of you. Not most. I mean the ones that are like, the sky is falling. Right? I've been short since 1995, bro. I'm like, I think he's lying. Or I think he's using a paycheck. Because it just isn't the truth and the reality in our markets, nor in real life. The earth is not flat, bro. I'm sorry. And no, I'm not making a bet that it is flat with you. I'll listen to you. I think it's enjoyable. But I'm not joining you in that crusade. You'll turn me bankrupt by making the bet that the earth is flat. I'm going to go with the earth is round. I'm going to get on an airplane, and I'm going to go on vacation in Hawaii. Cool? Make sense? Okay. So this morning we had a hot print on inflation. They said 0.7. They said 0.75% down. That was, I believe, 545.06. We had some cleaning up to close a gap down below here. Got a nice little retrace up here. Back to the cross above. I was telling people in the Discord this morning that I wouldn't be surprised if whatever this down move is, we actually close the day green. So I'm fascinated to see if we can do that. The expectation, if we got good prints this morning, that we were going to trade up to 556.60. With the volatility associated with the reports that came out this morning, some market participants wanted to get a print on a trade for the presidential debate last night. Looks like they may have at least been able to have gotten out of that trade. Now, that trade is actually lower. The first target is right around here. The second target is 530, and the third target is way lower. It's 520, I believe. Now, I don't know if they get that full trade or not. I can see right now that they can at least get out of their trade, right? You can see it right here. Now, we're right where we were here. So one way or another, that short, they're able to at least get out of that trade. Some of you might be looking for that trade down into Thursday. Trade that 530, 528 or a trade higher. There are some extension lows below it that are possible as well. We're still in trend, though, aren't we? Check that out. Haven't gone anywhere. We got a low. Now we got a higher low, don't we? All in all, pretty bullish. This is going back to the 9th. 2 days ago. So no big deals. Nothing crazy. Nothing to worry about. What we want to know now, though, is do we reject, right, and roll down and start to find new lows, or do we go higher, consolidate, and begin to ping around to grab that to go way farther down. Ultimately, there is a down move in here. There is a lower move down to 530 and lower before heading up into OPEX. But I know you guys out there are like, oh, we're going down here. Then we're going to roll down here. Then we're going to go down there. Then we're going to roll down there. And we're going to roll down there. I get it. Oh, hold on here. I don't know what just happened there. I had a news thing. I know that's what you want, but that's not happening. So we're coming back up to watch the cross of the half-an-hour trigger and the hourly trigger above. We're going to pay very close attention. As you know, as a bull, you're not long here. This is where the FOMOers get all banged up, right? We talked about this yesterday. You never want to be messing around in here as a seller or as a buyer. If you are a seller and you're looking for the next leg lower, you are looking for price to reject, right? Come back down here, right? You see the 1 and the 5 minute right here, bam, bam, right? You want to see a low below this green level right here, bam, and start making this, and then you're Johnny on the spot for new lows down here. Make sense? So you should be closed long here. If you're a seller, you're not fucking selling that pin right there. You're waiting for the roll to happen because this is the money shot, the high-paying trade as a seller. So just keep watching as this unfolds. And if we want to get short again, we will. But as of right now, you as a market participant, bear or bull, should be flat. Shouldn't be long, you shouldn't be short. Anyone out there that's telling you they're long or short on an intraday basis right now, right, is a loser. They're a loser. They lose more trades than they win, I guarantee it. I guarantee you pull out their trade log, they're fucking lying. They're goddamn losers. So you just hang out here, wait till this bullshit happens. They trap you in, take all your money, and they decide if we're gonna distribute or if we're gonna consolidate and make the move higher out of the box up here. Okay. Let's check 30-minute velocity here. Hold on here. It's still a little bit bearish here. I don't like this so far. This doesn't look good. I don't see any new lows on hourly velocity on the 30-minute basis. So not quite bulled up yet. It is 9/11. Due to it being 9/11 alone, literally, due to it being 9/11 alone, I do think that the Bulls can make this not only a green day, but trade us all the way back up there before the bloodbath. I kid you not. That is real. Wall Street does not want to, even if we have the volatility in here, Wall Street will like close the screen on the day and be like, fuck you terrorists. I kid you not. That's a real thing. Of course, I'm shitposting about it on FinTwit and in the Discord, but do not put that past the market. Like they're like, haha, we're bared up, and then boom, there's big green close in the day. Just be very conscious of that. If we begin to roll down, I'll let you know what to be looking for here. If you're going to take another short for another downside low, where to get short, where to put your stops above, all that kind of stuff. Slip in and out of the go like get the one rant going, then a larger rant going, then back to the original rant. That's how you talk your wife out of a fight, you know. Before you know it, you're having makeup sex and everything is okay. It was always the kid's fault, honey. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, Winky. I saw that earlier, brother. That was a good one. I like that one. I saw that one. I saw that one earlier. I thought it was great. Probably the meme of the entire debate. That is that one right there. Okay, so let's watch this. Let's watch this price action. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this. We're going to put that over for just a moment. We're going to look at two important things. Right there, that's the impulse move right here. Let's watch this very closely here. If you are a bear, I'm going to show you exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for a move down like this, new low, failure by buyers, and then a turnaround just like that. If you get, that's a pretty big move right there. But it's because of price too. We're so high up in price that like a 2% move is like $30. I'm exaggerating, but you get the point, right? So you want to see a new low from the impulse up right here. Whoop. Bam, low, and then a rejection, buyers weak. And you'll see that take place as this 1 minute trigger rolls over right here. And then we'll get buried up again. We'll start partying. Bam, bam, bam. We'll be Johnny in the spot waiting down here for it. And we'll get buried up one more time. Looks like the buyers are winning right now, by the way, if you don't know. This price action does not look bearish to me at the moment. There was no drop down here. See it? Looks bullish to me. I should do a show where I go, that looks bullish, that looks bullish, that looks bearish, that looks bearish. That's really bearish. The trigger your stops now being bearish. I just go bar by bar and tell you how it stacks up or reverses, that kind of stuff. Let's talk briefly about the debate last night. A few things. So we were supposed to do a session 0 for Dungeons and Dragons last night, and I never put 1 and 1 together and remembered that there would be primary voting in New Hampshire, and then the debate last night. There was a news article saying it wasn't watched by many people. That's bullshit. They didn't take all the data, of course. There are restreams everywhere. People are watching it on the internet these days. There's no one's watching TV anymore. ABC can account for their viewers on YouTube and stuff, but last night there were a ton of restreaming of the debates. So just in terms of viewership, I do not believe for a moment that it wasn't viewed by I think it was 80 million the last debate. I think this debate was watched higher than the 50-something million it was claimed. Now, I did not catch this last night, or I caught the debate, but I did not catch last night what took place, which smarter people than me probably did. There was somewhat of a trap laid last night for Trump. Now, the last debate between Biden and Trump, and before that debate, even myself, you heard me say to you, Biden's not all there, right? And I was talked out of the room by my fellow Democrats. So we walk into the first debate for Biden and Trump, and it was glaring, right? They would cut back to the studio, and everybody in the studio, Republican and Democrat, were like, it was kind of funny because it's there was a reality moment, right? This guy can't be our president for another 5 years. That ain't happening, right? I mean, that's like some Ronald Reagan type shit. You don't remember, Republicans, you don't remember Ronald Reagan? He actually was in dementia. He actually was in his second term. He was literally, they couldn't even put him in public. He couldn't spell couldn't spell 1 + 1. Didn't know his own wife was. So we have historical examples of this already happening with a Republican. Worse than Biden. We're not going to sweep that under the carpet. Now, they made the right decision. I have to give props to the Democrats. Now, they didn't do what I wanted them to do, which was hold a primary, but to take that jump and say, you know what? We're getting rid of this guy. There's no fucking way. That takes a lot. I got to give him respect for that. Republicans should not have played that card. He would have lost the election, in my view. Biden would have lost. Without a doubt. And that's why he's not running today. He lost the election. So we got a debate last night. And truth be told, it was used to introduce Kamala as the replacement. It was a setup. I'm a Democrat, by the way. It was a setup. It was a setup to say, for your consideration is Kamala Harris. Not to Democrats, to swing voters and conservatives that may disagree with Donald J. Trump. And that was wild to see last night. I wasn't expecting that. I don't think Republican operatives were either. They must have been shitting their pants last night because it wasn't even equal. And Trump wasn't prepped for that either. It's like Trump at no point last night had been prepped to make an appeal to Democrats that might be unhappy with Kamala or swing voters that might be suspect of Kamala. He was on the offensive to for his base. And you could see that. And I was expecting that to some extent, but not like in the paradigm of what that debate was. Trump needed last night to switch to, like, boom, switch over and appeal to that swing voter, that Democrat, so he could be an equal ground with Kamala Harris, making that appeal to swing voters. So that was a loss, not a big loss, but a loss for Trump. They basically gave Kamala Harris a platform last night because this isn't for, I mean, most Democrats right now, how this election is going, Democrats are clear. The Democratic Party is clear. They're all voting for Kamala Harris. Like all, majority. They don't care. They look at this election as a fight for democracy. Plain and simple. They're basically saying, if you're a Republican, you need to go back to the drawing board and find someone that's not him. And we don't care what MAGA says. That's what you have to do. That's what they're saying. So Trump's not going to convince a Democrat to join him at this point. That's not what's going on. And they gave her that, and then what they did was they gave her that platform to reach out to your constituency, the Republican constituency, and say, hey, anyone but him. Now, that didn't happen for Trump last night, did it? Trump wasn't given that same opportunity, was he? Or he wasn't prepped for it, or he wasn't prepared for it, or whatever it is. I don't think that Kamala wins over last night's debate. They're pushing that narrative this morning. I don't think she has it in the bag by any shape or form. By the way, I told you that wasn't bearish, right? And I also told you not to jump in short here, right? I said wait for it. Get right there. You're getting smoked right now, right? Price coming back up right now, trading 546, testing the cross on the half an hour and hourly trigger above at 546.50. So, last night's debate took place, and there was an idea that there was a stock market trade for Trump to win that debate. And she didn't win everything. She fucked up on abortion. Sound bites. Everybody likes sound bites. And she's over there like blah 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 blah. I'm like, what are you doing? Simple. Couple sound bites done. Move on. But she did do better on some sound bites later. in that debate last night. Now, what is the material impacts of that debate? I gave you a white paper 2 days ago in the Discord, not like a blurb or anything, full white paper. You can read right through it, and I gave you another one last week that shows the impact of whoever wins the presidency. As of right now, the stock market, Wall Street, is pricing in a win for Kamala Harris. And most of her winning the president's pricing in has been done. Not all of it, but a lot of it has been priced in already. They were trying to take a pricing in trade on Trump winning just the debate, but not necessarily saying Trump would win the presidency at this point. Myself, I don't have either winning yet. I don't see a clear winner. And I think that they need to, I think Kamala and Trump need to clarify their policies. I think we all noticed that last night, right? Neither of them wanted to answer, are you better off 4 years now than 4 years before? I mean, both of them were like, oh, I ain't answering that. I ain't answering this. A couple bites, you know? There's no, like, if those are like economic policy from either of these two candidates, neither of them are willing. And both of them been like, yeah, man, I ain't answering that. Let's talk about something else. So there's none of that going on at the moment. Some of that's probably needed for more clarity on the expectations for the election. As of right now, as it pertains to the stock market, Kamala Harris is basically priced into the market throughout until now we get to the election. Now into the election, there will be opportunities to price in a Trump presidency, but nothing from this point forward is that I can see, except for unknown stuff that may happen along the way that would change where we are right now. She might have gotten a bump up. I saw what did I see? They call it poly markets or whatever, has her going up to win right now. She's been already priced in to win slightly. Now she's priced a little bit more to win. We'll just have to pay attention as time goes forward. You can check out those links that I gave you as to what to expect depending on who does win the election. And regardless of who's winning in the polls, nothing's in the bag for either candidate. You should be aware of the impacts, though, in the stock market, depending on who actually does win the election. What else would I say there to that? I think that's it. There's like a Trump with a straight ticket win, a Trump with a divided Congress win. There's Kamala with a straight ticket and a divided Congress win, and how to trade that as the election happens. Yeah, I was watching it last night, and I'll be honest. Like, you want my honest opinion? I don't necessarily like. I don't think Kamala is the best person in the world. I feel like we're right back with Biden and Trump 2.0. It's like, people disagree with me on this a lot. They get angry at me for this because I've always said Biden's like Trump light. Biden's like taking an aspirin with sugar water when you're a kid, right? Your mom would put aspirin with sugar water, feed it to you so you'd eat it. I don't know if they do that anymore, but when I was a kid, that's what they did, right? Make something palatable. I don't see Biden being that different than Trump. He's not that far off. And I don't see Kamala as being anything extraordinary either. It's like we're right back to the just anyone but Trump. I'll be honest with you. That's what it looks like. Same race. If I were a Republican, I would think that I'd like to see ranked choice voting. It's like MAGA gets their representation, Antifa gets their representation, the Bernie Bros get their representation, classical Democrats get their representation, classical conservatives get their representation. Ranked choice, in my view, would help a lot for where we are in our system. Right now, it's a fucking disaster. It really is. And I know there are conservatives out there that think the same thing. I got conservative friends that think the same thing. And it's funny too, is I've got conservative friends that still believe in MAGA, just not Trump. Like the original promise from Trump was like drain the swamp. That didn't really happen, did it? Let's be honest. Or you don't have to agree to it here because I know you have to keep up the facade, but maybe you get someone to run that actually is what he originally ran on. Because he did grab, you got to be honest, he grabbed the attention. If you think about like when Trump first started wanting to run for office, a lot of what he said did make some sense. And it attracted a lot of America. You can't deny that. But what it's devolved into is a disaster, right? And it may not be the best messenger either, right? And the cronyism and all the other shit that surrounds that. So I don't know how that unfolds for the Republicans or conservatives. If ranked choice is a better way to express that, or if the whole entire party needs reform, or if maybe just MAGA needs to like flush out part of their wing of the party or whatever. Yeah, MAGA revised Tea Party. I remember that. I remember the Tea Party. Yeah, you could say that. But it's a mess right now. I think our political system is a hot mess. I'm not happy. I'm not happy to be. I don't want to vote for Kamala. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to vote for her. But I can't vote for Trump either. Personally, I can't vote for Trump. I find him to be a danger to democracy. I am in that camp. So it's a hard place. And there's probably some intent in this, and them not wanting me to vote. People not wanting me to go to the polls and vote. To be so disgusted that I don't vote, especially in these like this. It's not quite a midterm, but it kind of is. Midterms parties typically don't want you voting. They only want the rabid. Like I'm lockstep, you're lockstep. That's the only people they want voting. They want it close and tight. They don't want any runaway elections. They don't even want to risk it. Like a lot of these planners, they don't even want to risk the runaway for themselves. They would rather just go with their both most loyal and go one-on-one, right? No whammies, no craziness, none of that stuff. But anyways, I don't think I'll watch another debate. I'm not interested in watching another debate myself personally. I think Trump this morning said he was unwilling to debate again. Rightfully so, he shouldn't unless they can prep him properly. If he were to debate again, I would be making an appeal to swing. You're not going to win swing voters with fucking eating cats and shit. That works on stump speeches, works in shit posting. That shit doesn't work in like a debate. I'll tell you what, if Trump was going to win, or not win, if Trump was going to debate again, Trump would be appealing to a swing voter. So he would basically need to come out in a debate and lay out his first 100 days. Not shit post, not make fun of her or Democrats or whatever. No bullet point, or you can do bullet points, but no like I have a plan of a plan of a plan, none of that stuff. If he just came out and said, "This is my platform," vote for me and I'll live within this framework, which we know he won't. But that's probably the only way he would benefit from debating again. The way he debated last night does not win new votership for him. If that was, and it doesn't help the conservatives either. Like that's the other thing. Like he needs to, like a debate. He needs to appeal to conservatives that might not like him, swing voters, and maybe some Democrats that are disenfranchised with feel disenfranchised with Kamala Harris. Either far left and want to piss her off, protesting vote, or someone that thinks she's too liberal. That gun comment did not help Donald Trump last night, did it? Yeah, I own guns. And it's like, oh, fuck. Like, God damn it. That did not help. It did not help last night. Oh, dude, the gun comment, I'm like, fucking A, man. Like, oh, God. A lot of that last night was like Twitter bullshit. There are liberals that like guns, but believe it or not. Most of America doesn't have a problem with guns. Most, believe it or not. You might read comments from people saying, we should have no guns. That's not most of America. They just don't want the gun culture. They want some responsibility. They want no gun culture, and they want you to be responsible for your goddamn guns. No, they don't want you to have a fucking Gatling gun on full auto because you're going to fight back against the overthrow of the United States of America by our overlords. No. No. We have a militia. It's called the National Goddamn Guard. No, I don't want to hear about the Texas Guard. No, we have a National Guard. This is normal, real life. Fantasy is fine. Just don't bring it into reality. Gun culture used to not, or I think you can have gun culture, but like the responsibility of gun culture. The responsibility of people with mental health disease, taking responsibility for your family members that have mental health issues, have criminal backgrounds. Reform so that the police department or mental health officials can fucking take guns away from the people that shouldn't have them. We wouldn't even be here right now if we just had that kind of shit. We used to have it in the 70s. It was horrible. They'd stick you in a sanitarium, a shithole. But if we had nice sanitariums today or nice hospitals, good mental health care, if we had some national health care maybe, where people can get the help they need. We could have nice things in this country. But it's all wedge issues. It's all like, they're taking my job, they're taking my guns, they're taking my this, taking my that. And it's like, it's not real. It's all meant to piss you off and get you angry. The gun thing, man. So this didn't happen either, right? Put that over there. Bears didn't get it. What are you looking for now? Bulls trying to get higher right now. They did get above over here. The gun thing, man. God, the debate. Carvel was probably pump fisting last night going, woo! Softball. And she's a prosecutor. That's why she wasn't fucking nominated. She's a goddamn Republican. Don't you know that? Like her dad's a Marxist economist. I'm like, who cares? Literally, when she ran in the primary, she came in last. Do you know why? She was the most Republican candidate of the Democratic nomination process. She's a goddamn Republican. You can paint her however you want. Even Democrats knew that she was a Republican. Fucking gun control. She probably owns a goddamn AR-15. Yeah, she did. She put a lot of poor folk away for weed. All right, Norma. I got the member berries. I got the member berries. But what Democrats? The Democrats are basically saying this is a fight for we don't want any dictators, do we? We don't want, it's fine to do, the crazy talk on FinTwit is fine, but when you start to introduce it to real life, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work for the rest of us. The rest of us have normal lives. We go to jobs all day long. We raise families and kids. We pay our bills, and we're not walking around going, there's aliens outside. I got to quit my job and dig a hole in my basement. They're coming for us. You can't live like that. We can't make policy based around that. It ain't happening. They say there's some history of that. Well, a lot of that too. We've always had immigration, haven't we? Like, how many of you are Americans? How many of you came from other countries? They've been doing this shit to new people all since day one, right? They had names for Italians and Irish. They had names for all of you. Like, all of you were the Scrouge. Some of these people, they're like, oh, I'm an original Mayflower. I was on the Mayflower, and then they do the research on this politician. They find out they weren't. They're just another illegal immigrant coming across the ocean. Well, they were illegal immigrants. I'm like, no, they weren't. Or we needed people, so we said, yeah, just bring us. You're tired, you're poor, and you're sick. They just came over on boats. There were no immigration policies back then weren't the same as they are today. They took the worst scrags of the world. Yes, my family was of the O'Malley family. We were all college educated over in Ireland. No, you weren't. You were the poor, destitute. You were dying, and you were starving. You were just like these people coming over from these other countries right now. They didn't even get a boat. They had to hump their asses across an entire continent. Like, what about the Venezuelans? I'm like, yeah, we put tariffs on Venezuela and created that situation. We did that. You know that, right? The United States did. Clinton did it. They all did it. Trump did it. Obama did it. Bush did it. We usually that's usually when we get immigration from outside of Mexico. Normally it's because those countries we've destroyed with tariffs. I don't know if you know that, but that's the case. It's a direct result of embargoes and tariffs and stuff like that. Not just tariffs, embargoes too. We get a lot of our immigration from those policies. It's a direct result of those policies. Usually, when we remove embargoes and tariffs from those nations, guess what happens? Those people go back home to their countries. That's true. That is fucking true. I have a great aunt that claims that we've got some I believe we've got like John Quincy Adams in our family, but I don't believe her. My buddy wanted me to take a longtime friend of mine wanted me this week, asked me to take 23andMe. He was like, you should take the 23andMe and see what your actual bloodlines are. I haven't done it yet. I didn't want anyone to have my DNA. But he said he said it was fascinating to find out where you're actually from. And the percentage that you have in your bloodline. Has anybody done that? And have you done like Ancestry.com or 23andMe? That's what I heard. I heard it's fascinating. I know the government. I know the government takes your shit. We have examples of it, right? My buddy was telling me, and I said to my buddy, I was like, "Look, that's a true story." I'm like, I've never murdered anybody, but what if I was in a room and left a fingerprint behind? Then like a murder was committed afterwards, and they think it's me. I'm like, that would suck. That would be terrible. And I was actually thought about that. I was like, what if they like tried to tie me to something I didn't do? Yeah, Chris, you didn't do it for the same reason. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like tie you to something that you didn't actually do. Because you know the government, I mean, we all know that they don't they get shit wrong all the time. So I wouldn't trust them for a minute. Yeah, exactly. Pack them away, boys. Book them away, toys.
Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon.
He ran into some bullets and fell down an elevator shaft. Case closed. Done.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk.
I don't think they do.
Now,
I don't think they have my DNA.
for our real-time.
I got out right as they switched to like the remember when they changed the ID from the green one to the white one? I think I got out right when they made those changes. They might have my DNA. They might have kept my DNA. But I don't think they were taking DNA back then, were they? I have to look that up. Hold on, let me check. I think it was right after. Because when they started, I think the biometrics came in right as I was leaving. Like they were doing, I know they were doing, like right as I was leaving. They give you your ID for your time of service. So like when I hit my last 8 years, I didn't get a new ID, and the new IDs for the next were the white ones with the vertical picture. Let me check. Like your veteran ID looks more like the new. Now hold on a second. Let me check. When did the DNA from soldiers? I could be wrong on this. I thought I was I think I was just pre-biometrics with the military. I'm wrong. 1992. Whew. No shit. So they do have my DNA. Well, shit then. I guess I'm doing 23andMe. I'll do it now. I guess they do have me. The FBI's got me on file. Woohoo! Market or trade thoughts? Gave him last night in a market brief. I gave him in the market briefs. I gave him in the Discord this morning. You should have gotten paid here. I think this was pretty clear, right? PT1, I had this here for you. PT2, PT3, pretty close. Had a little bounce going on right here. We went a little bit higher than expected. You want a free trade? I'll give you one if you want one. You want a free trade? Here you go. Ready? Well, there it is. Free trade. I would be entering after this. You want the back test first? You're right there. Don't take this part of the trade. They're going to take this back and likely flush you, then head higher. Park yourself right about here. Let's watch this closely. You don't want to see the rejection on this. I might be getting sick. I wonder if we got some sickness floating around with kids and stuff and friends of kids. I hope I'm not getting sick. I hope it's like allergies. Let's get close and see. We don't want to see the rejection here. We want to see the push higher. Wait for the pullback too. You want to see it like break above, consolidate, flush, and be like Johnny in the spot down here. If you don't break above this yellow line, no long trade to the upside. So watch this closely. You want some upside targets for the end of the day? They're right here. End of day upside targets, PT1, PT2, PT3, 56.60. Nice new tag right there. That's good. That's good to see. Good progress. they're already juicing these calls, huh? 547s are $1.14. 549s. That's a good one for it. 549 is kind of nice. Spicing me haggis, get inside the Discord really quick. That's somewhere right there. It now changes to right there. We're back above the 4-hour bar right now as well, just so you know. 12:34, new start, 2.5 an hour. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. Please don't leave me behind. They're gonna leave me behind. Just give me a liquidation break. Don't leave me behind. I don't like to chase. I don't like to chase. They're gonna make a chase, aren't they? Don't make me chase. Give me a liquidation break. Give me a flush. Just flush it. Where's Ken? Where's Ken? They're going to leave him behind, aren't they? Ah, fuck. Hold on a second here. Save, yes, save. Take me home, West Virginia. Oh, shit.
Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon says, my best guess for next week's Fed meet is a rate cut of 25 basis points.
I'm over here trying to cut and paste and shit. I'm not actually doing what I'm supposed to do.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get out.
That's a 4-hour market brief, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a 4-hour Q's market brief. Same one from this morning. No difference. Absolutely no difference. It's the same market brief from last night. It's the exact same market brief. Nothing's changed. I don't change them. I make the market brief and then I leave them up on the screen for this morning. I just switch between the time frames because there's finer details between time frames. This is 30 minutes right here if you want to see it. Nice little tag of, I believe this is the pivot point. I think this is the intraday pivot point, 547.09. Let me check. Yep. We're on break even for the day. Or a pivot between intraday good or bad gamma. We're gonna find out right now if things are gonna get ugly or not, or if we're gonna get positive. So this 547.09 is your intraday. We're bullish or bearish. So we're going to find out if they're going to roll it down on us or not. Yeah, they said that at their last. Their last guidance too. They said some wild ass shit at their last guidance. They were saying like you won't even need a computer. You don't even need chips to do your computing anymore. Like you're gonna have AI is going to run a bunch of this shit for you. It's kind of wild. Like AI will do processing for you, all kinds of stuff. They said that they've replaced almost all of their code writers, too, at their last guidance. Some of the stuff at their last guidance was scary.
CEO Solomon says, I could see them cutting.
Lisa Su keeps harping on, she's implying that she doesn't want too much government overreach on where they're heading. This is going to be make or break for bulls here. If they reject this pivot point, we're going to start making some new lows, but we should go higher. We still have not taken out. We've still not taken out the main rejection above. And today's Wednesday. We still have not hit the upside target. Still. Even with that move down, we have not. I still have stuff on margin right now. I got some shit on margin right now. I got to get out of it as soon as I possibly fucking can. I got to trade on margin right now, and I don't like it at all. I really think that the real risk to AI and to NVDA is some kind of a government ban, like a stop everything, stop the presses. It's going to be I think they're either doing it without us knowing. I got to watch this closely because I'm in some calls here. They're either going to there was a video that I posted about string theory public the government on public the government has classified research on string theory. Like so with science, right? You get pop science. This is where like you and I read a book from a pop scientist about theories. And then there's real science done by real researchers. Mostly you and I couldn't consume that. It'd be boring. We'd be lost. There's an argument made here as some science is being developed, that it's being classified. And you don't know any better. And they're telling you that there's nothing there. One of the arguments about string theory, they're saying they actually have made breakthroughs on it. It's now classified. And anyone that wants to do that research in public, they're being shut down or told you're going down a rabbit hole. Now, string theory in particular, that argument has been ongoing for the last 5 years or so. There's a couple famous scientists that are saying, string theory is bullshit, and that's the new regurgitation. So there's an argument right now being said that like some of that's an AI, that either it's been classified, they're past it now, but they're going to tell you that this is where they're at, and this is as far as they can go, and that kind of stuff. But I think the real risk to AI would be that that's not the case. That's not classified, and then it will be classified at some point, and they will shut the whole fucking thing down and just say this is as much as you'll ever see as a civilian. And Lisa Su keeps harping on this, almost like she's trying to either cover herself publicly in case this ever becomes public. She's like, oh, no, I told you in these guidances that we were going to give this to these friendly nations and stuff like that. There's she's either covering herself or protecting herself for a Senate hearing. It's one or the other, either because there's more than we know publicly, or they'll step out one day and just say, just thinking about this is illegal. And part of that, nuclear science has some of that. Some of nuclear science, if you even just think about the forward progress of it, just you making it known publicly is a fucking felony. Believe it or not. They're going to try to flush this again. I have to double down here. They're going to try to roll this on this pivot point here. Like make a break for the bulls. I got some calls on here, so I don't want to get flushed. I'll have to buy more. Maybe I should just put some stops on. I might get flushed, but watch out being flushed here. They're going to try to roll us down. Like they're going to try to do a, what time is it right now? 12:47, like a rope-a-dope. We don't have a lot of time for the USA to win today, boys. We need 563. Was it 563 by end of day? We need 556.60 by close today. There's not enough time to be flushing. You got to get motivated. Peak above what yellow line? I'm long right now, if you're wondering. I'm long calls. I am long 549C right now, Winky. We peaked above right here. Peak right here. See it? We peaked above right there. I was looking for a flush. Didn't get it. We started running. So I chased right here. Now we're higher. They could end up flushing below. Still, there's an opportunity to flush right here. Could flush us right here. Wham. Straight down. We're going to find out. That's where I've got the CJJ. If you don't want to take calls, you don't have to. Just stay right here. If they leave you behind, I'm afraid they're going to leave you behind. I don't want to get left behind here. If you want to jump on calls or get left behind, the target would be like right here, Wink. I don't think, to the 1 hour? We didn't go back and touch the 1 hour, no. But the flush is still there. I don't want them to leave us behind. I'm afraid they're going to keep going. So they either do the flush, bam, and then higher, or they just run away with it. If they run away with it, you just don't get calls. I don't think there's a lot of time left in the day. Are we green on the day right now yet or no? I got to check. I think the market, I think Wall Street would be happy with just...
Eastern time, we get the US 10-year note auction, prior bid cover.
I think Wall Street would be happy with just closing green in the day, but 9/11's a weird fucking thing, man. Watch out there. There's a lot of, see all that darkness here? That's bad right there. I don't know what's going on over there. Some of the market is freaking out. What's going on in the market right now? Are they trying to send this fucker lower? Hold on here. What's going on with liquidity? I gotta look at the economic calendar. I'm missing something. 1250. What do we ever? Watch out, guys. We got a bond auction coming up. Be very careful.
TC positioning data shows speculators were net short 84K.
Is that today?
For 10-year note futures. The lease.
We got a 10-year note future auction coming up.
Dealers position in
very dangerous for equities. 10s and 30s. Very dangerous.
In the weekend,
10 years based on rates, hikes, and cuts.
$9 billion in average net long over the past year.
I have a report coming out for you for oil. Special report coming out for oil. Multi-year report. Watch out. They could flush the fuck out of this on this report in 5 minutes. Bond bears are out right now. And you see the market going black right now on Bookmap. I'm going to have to get out of this. Now I'm scared. Yeah, 5 minutes. 10 minutes, 9 minutes from now. Even if we go higher, they're still going to flush. It's still going to blast down. So, Winky, just hang out, man. It's going to get wild, brother. It'll be party time. It's a big bond auction too. Like 10s and 3s don't or 30s don't fuck with them. We need to talk about TLT too because with the 10s auction today and the 30s is tomorrow at 1. There's a possibility that TLT, like let's take a look at TLT really quick. I really want to see like the cross of the daily trigger and like some kind of check back. I got it open right now. See TLT? There's a cross happening down here. I'd love to see like a quick rip down and then boom higher. That would be at $98. Canuck Mobile, $98, man. If that, I don't know if it's going to happen. Sometimes it just squeezes when the cross happens on the monthly and daily trigger, but it's a magnet. So if there's like any moments of doom and gloom, be waiting down there with a outfielder's mitt on to catch it if it happens. It's a good opportunity, bro, to get long on TLT. You can trade with TMF. You don't have to trade TLT. You can trade TMF if you're spicy like that. If you like the triple leveraged natty gas with some additives in it. You like to party? You don't like the old man trade? TMF, you'd be watching TLT for $98. Maybe $97.50. Be ready for the trade, too. Like, set an alert on your trading view just above it, just in case it blasts down for like half an hour. Set an alert on your phone, your email, and everything. Now, be very careful. It's very dangerous. Market is extremely volatile at this moment, right? Today and tomorrow at 1, we've got some big volatility coming at 1 p.m. both days. It makes it a little bit smaller, okay, gents and ladies? Want to be able to see that. Just scooch over a little bit here. Let's see what's up. I will look at Oxy for you. Pliskin, I got you, brother.
So at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get the US 10-year note auction, prior bid cover of 2.32 and a prior high yield of 3.96%.
Whew. Where do you want to trade it to? $50? You want to take the long to $50? You could do that. Look for a back test Pliskin on $50.36. I wouldn't be extremely bullish on it though. It's in like a death spiral. Must hold 60. Did not hold 60. Blooding. Target on oil by next summer, $35. $35 by next summer. Oxy expected $35 by July of next year. Like the long-term view on Oxy is down. But you can take the intraday trades on it if you want for the squeezes up to the hourly trigger. On back tests of the 1 and 5, that's fine. Just note that oil is going to the depths of fucking hell into next July. Depths of hell. Every time it comes back to the daily or the weekly, sell the fuck out of it. You got that trade for the next 9 months. It will trade $35. Regardless of who is president. Inflation should rage, well, not rage, but real inflation should pick up in June, July of next year. By about the 6th month, right in and around the 6th month of 25, inflation should fucking rage. Well, it wouldn't be raging then. It would. You'd begin to see velocity in inflation in a normal business cycle. It's nowhere fast. Market poised for a bloodbath. In the special report, you're going to get the 20-year cycle for oil, and it should touch down on a major low, multi-year low in the beginning or in the middle of next year.
U.S. crude oil climbs over $2 a barrel on storm fears.
You can check my handle. You can search for my in the Discord. You can go up to the top right-hand search bar, and you can type in my name and find out if I'm long, short, whatever I'm long, short in. I do have some pinned tweets. I said yesterday I'd be out of some short puts. I'm not out of those yet. I need to go in there and edit that. I've been waiting to hit the daily trigger for fucking days now. We still haven't hit it. I expected it yesterday. They pulled some bullshit yesterday. Expected to hit it on the open this morning. They pulled some bullshit. We're still range bound in the direction of the market. Not range bound, but directionally where we're going up and down, we're still within that path.
10-year no talk.
Nothing's broken yet.
The Treasury when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour.
It's more fucking around, more zigzagging on lower frames. This is a dangerous trade I'm in right now. I normally would never take this trade. The best trade here in this auction is the reaction trade. You just hang out down here or down here waiting. Bond auctions 9 out of 10 times are take this as a rule. Not every time, but 9 out of 10. They're meant for bears. Even if they're positive, we often roll down, then go higher. If it's a bearish result, it's a bloodbath. But we do have some rate decisions coming up.
Yield 3.662% for the $39 billion auction.
I didn't hear that. You might get 1 out of 9, or you make it 1 out of 10 times where it moons. I shouldn't be long here. But I'm yeah, we got a rate decision coming. 10s and 30s, 10s and 20s. We may have one of those 1 out of 10 events right now where it goes the other way. Watch out. See the markets going. See the book maps going black right now. That means there's no liquidity in the system. Everyone's stepping off and waiting for the report. This is how dangerous it is. Let's flip back over to tits and ass over here, TNX. We'll switch over, watch HYG2. HYG looking kind of bearish. TLT is suspect right now.
So bid to cover ratio, 2.64, 2.64, high yield, 3.648%, 3.648%. So the US sells $39 billion in 10-year notes and awards 74.43% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.25%, direct 13.71%, and indirect 76.05%.
I'm posting too in the Discord right now. Why don't we have GIFs in the Discord right now? What happened to Discord GIFs? Where the fuck are GIFs? Oh, there they are. Got Spicy McHaggis calling me out, asking me for trades in the goddamn stream earlier. Spicy McHaggis! Where are you? Pay that man his money. Coming into the first bit of resistance here. That's why I got that tag right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's like right about here. There's a tag right here. We got another one. I would say like that right there is what you're looking for. There might be a little extension above it. Every day he gives me a trade and I don't take it, and every day he wins. Take me home, West Virginia. Wall Street, make the day green. Take me home. Squeeze it up, West Virginia. Dude, our Discord is bang. I want to tell you guys something out there, okay? I want to tell you something out there. If you're watching this show, right? We have a Discord. It costs money. To run this Discord costs money. $18 a month. We got traders trading stocks. We got traders selling options. We got traders trading futures round the clock, 24 hours, like mentors, gangsters. We got me in there giving you trades like these fucking guys run trades before and after. Open and close. Opening this, closing that to everyone. Traders DM me. They're fucking... I don't know why they DM me this stuff because I'm like, don't post it publicly, and they don't, but they do DM me their wins and losses, and we have like millionaires in our fucking Discord, right? We have literal from this year, we have millionaires in our Discord right now. Oh, man. Got fucking Winky coming through and his fucking, like, you know, like they see me rolling? That's Winky. Winky, like, stops in the Discord and he's like, I'm buying this, this, and this. And then he disappears. Like 3 days later, 5 days later, he walks back in and he's like, I bought that stock over there for $20. I'm going to get rid of it at $300. And I'm like, God damn. God damn. He's got his little trike and he just like spins in and then spins out. And I'm like, fuck. Like, no matter what you're trading, it's fucking stupid in there. You got John H. or John L. in there destroying worlds. He trading shorts, destroying worlds. Fucking people are just killing it. Yeah, exaggeration my ass. Winky rolling through like fucking 3 years ago. We're going with boot camp. What's boot camp, Winky? Oh fuck no, he's been talking about fucking Lily and like if you watch Winky, right? Winky's got a layered trading plan that's like multi-year. Like this shit's been going on for years. And he's explained it too. He explains it. He's like, well, I've got the shit stonks. Cap only likes these things. But Winky's like, I have a multifaceted approach. It's either a week, a month, or 3 months, or 6 months, or a year, or whatever, right? Multi-year.
It's closer to allowing.
Hell no. Winky's been doing this shit for fucking years. Gang gang. He is gang gang. Don't believe any of that shit that he's saying, talking down about himself. He's like the most self-effacing motherfucker out there. Do not believe, if you follow him closely, I've known that motherfucker now for years. I listen to Winky. You got to listen to him. There ain't no other. He's the best stock trader I know, hands down. Stock traders, best stock trader I know. Best I've ever known, too. Best overall stock trader I've ever met. That good. That goddamn good. Badass. I like to keep stuff until something changes. So subtle. So self-effacing. It's like that little sandpaper. Yeah, there we go. Push it up now, baby. That guy printed 900% yesterday. He didn't get it. Dude, so E-Trade shorts. I got out of my, dude, it's E-Trade shorts. I got on my fucking trade yesterday, dude. It went to 900%, I think. I think it might have even went more towards the bell. 900, brosif. I would have made 100 grand yesterday. Not gonna lie, I would have made $100,000 yesterday, man. But you know, hindsight 2020 fucking trading. That shit don't count, does it? There's like no count in that. It's just hindsight trading. I don't know if I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that, but not this. Is that a skyhook? You call that a skyhook? Is that what that is? Am I dunking on myself there? Look at EL. Hold on here. You fucking savage. You fucking savage.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo.
You mean Estee Lauder? Yeah? I would defer to Winky on Estee Lauder. We have to talk about something here. Okay, so Estee Lauder. Winky, I got shit for you too, man. Ooh. I like Estee Lauder here. We got to talk about Estee Lauder. Or hold on, not Estee Lauder in particular. Oh, I like Estee Lauder here. It's got a little bit more down to go. A little bit more down to go on Estee Lauder. It's gonna consolidate, but I do like it a lot. I might want to buy this soon. Hold on, let me mute this for a minute. Hold on here. Estee Lauder coming into its quarterly trigger or its year trigger. Holy shit!
$5 billion.
I like Estee Lauder. I gotta read some. Winky, if you're out there, want you to pay or not or listen to this, okay? And this is fascinating. In the background, Winky and I have had an ongoing conversation. So Winky and I talk day in, day out via email and DM. And there's a lot going on out there, right? Yesterday, I heard bankers talking about Dollar General. Not bankers. I heard the news. And I heard people on Reddit. Matter of fact, I think Fluent in Finance, or one of these dumbass subreddits, was discussing Dollar General, and they were dooming it up. They were like, it's bad, bad, bad. Dollar General's doing bad. We got a recession coming. I was like, wrong again. Now we have this like retailer conference going on right now, and TMT conference going on right now. TMT's like a telecommunication tech conference. We got retail conferences going on right now. And everyone's got their crystal ball out. If I were you, I've said this before, I would consume whatever you want from the bankers, from Reddits, from Twitter, and I would go straight to Wolf Richter. He's probably the guy. Probably the easiest to digest as to where we truly are. Especially with like retail sales, what people are choosing to do, the diarrhea that you fucking consume on Twitter and then try to push on me and him and others, that you try to pass off on Reddit. The pure, unadulterated, liquid diarrhea. Stinky, smelly garbage. Because he shits on all of that stuff. And I would put him up against anybody. I've actually watched his interviews, and it's fascinating. Guy is hella smart. Probably a quant. If I had to guess, he's a real quant. That's my guess. He's probably a real quant. So look for a back test here in the 1 minute trigger. We also have a 5 minute trigger crossing the half an hour. Can act as a magnet for a downside move. You might see like back test, bloodbath straight up. I'm saying that because Winky and I talk about this stuff over the months, and we talk about it for years now. We have these conversations that are, like multi-year now. And I wanted to get this out to Winky in private, and I wanted to post in the Discord, and I hadn't had a chance to talk about it. So I got some stuff for you to read to you. And I want to explain why I'm fascinated by this specific topic, because I'm interested in two things. Over the past few weeks, I've been paying attention to lumber, building material stocks, publicly traded building material stocks. And I don't mean Home Depot. I mean the ones like the retailers or the producers of building materials, all of them, not just lumber, but like gravel and concrete, the actual people that produce this stuff. And then I'm looking at the front end that sell business to large-scale home builders, like Toll Brothers. And the reason that I'm looking at this stuff is because we're maxing out right now on major highs, and we're like ripping straight up right now, while Case-Shiller indexes are about to report a roll in the housing market. It'll be public by January, but it's happening right now. And there's a lag of 3 months in Case-Shiller. But there are other reports that are saying, oh, no, it's happening right now. That shit's going to be on fucking fire. And I notice it as well, because I search Zillow and I search around the country. And I belong to some flipper groups that are aware of all this stuff. So, like ground zero, on the ground, are aware of this stuff. And they'd have discussions about some of these real estate groups that are getting fucking annihilated right now. And it's not huge public news. It'll be under the microscope, but not yet. But I'm watching this stuff before it happens. Alexa, shh. So before it happens, I want to be prepared, right? Have all my ducks in a row and eggs in a row and all that kind of stuff. So, Pravorsky came on Micro Worries, made a note that I found fascinating. He said, think, starting to get elements of reset in forward expectation that I've been worrying about. Think Q4 numbers will be coming down as we go through this conference period. And it's clear that pockets of cyclical weakness are. Get your pens and papers out. This is before. Consumer discretionary. Why consumer discretionary? Anybody know? You want to raise your hand and tell me why? I can tell you why. It's because when I told you that our GDP right now is based on what? You going to OnlyFans, right? You guys are still spending money. You're just not spending it where we traditionally spend it. And consumer discretionary has been fucking mooning. Low-end consumer. Now, we know what they've been buying, the low-end consumer, right? We know they haven't been buying Dollar General, have they? Been buying other stuff. And maybe banks. Think building materials, construction will be another area to watch. I've been talking about that on the show, haven't I? Building materials, lumber, construction materials. Why? So, we're not there yet. But fascinatingly enough, someone just asked me to look at Estee Lauder. And that thing is going low right now. Like, that's juicy. Now, it might not recover right away, but a long-term hold. I haven't looked up any news as to why it's bleeding right now. I'm not going to make comment on that one, by the way. I want to dig deeper into it. Make sure there's not something going on that I don't see. And I also got a whisper yesterday. Somebody told me something about a retailer that is in some trouble. It's not public yet. I didn't take a trade on it because that would be illegal. I haven't told anybody about it, so that's not illegal. I'm not going to take the trade on it because it's like insider information. But this is something that I just posted this now, right? Think building materials construction will be another area to watch. So if you see any of these tickers that are peaking right now or bottoming right now, you might see like the rotation trade of money from one to the other. Make sense? So if you're looking at maybe like one company's been neglected, going down to the dumpsters, and the other one's been like, woo, yeah, they love this one. There might be some kind of a rotation ahead. I'm going to read this to you, too. I'm going to post this one to you, too. This is a little bit deeper. Now, I'm not in full agreement with this. Hold on here. We got some diamond handers here. They're going long as hell. I just posted this one for you in the Discord too. It's I think assets still spitting out some mildly recessionary concerns, with the curve continuing to hang on to its steepening. Crude really having really no bid, and now seeing a bit of the micro worries you'd expect if things are beginning to slow. All of this is happening in a backdrop of uncertainty around the Fed policy and a range of outcomes on the U.S. election. A period where seasonally we've seen weakness and risk appetite should remain challenged ahead of binary events. Participants will be reticent to add to risk ahead of the Fed, as I fear 25 BPS could be taken as a bit of a policy error given the broader direction of travel. Now, let me show you something here. I think I showed this to you yesterday. I think some of these guys are lying. This is the United States growth rate path. And what I want to show you about this is this right here. And you're talking about, it's like continuation, we could be breaking down into like this 2008, that right there. And what they want to do is stay up here. You see what I'm saying there? And if you look at the last, the year over year, where we're like we just came down into right back into normalcy. Starting to head higher right now, right? Hold on here. And you see this GDP annual growth rate down here. You see how we're turning down right now? Now, this is the world. We don't want the world to turn down, we want the world to turn up. Because you don't want the world we got data commons here. This website will actually show you. Why is this docs? I want economy. This is the wrong website. At any rate, where is the one? Is this the one right here? This one right here. Hang tight with me here for a second. Bear with me here. Right here. GDP product growth rate in the United States of America. This is the growth rate in the United States of America. And what we don't want to do is break below this 2% over here. On an unsmooth line, we don't want to risk the breakdown below. So our boy Pravotsky is saying he thinks cuts now are bad for growth. That no rate cuts is the best path above. I would tend to agree with that statement. Hold on here. Sorry, wrong one. Bulls are safest with no rate cuts, 0. It's the most consistent way for it's the most consistent way for the market to continue higher is by no rate cuts. But if you cut, and we are close, and there's an elephant, and we have data that takes months and months and months to make an impact, it is appropriate to cut 25 basis points if you can get everyone to buy in that it'll act as a stimulant to a turning up and not trying to trigger a recession. Yeah, Estee Lauder could probably trade $50. The quarterly velocity is still negative. And not only that, Estee Lauder could probably trade sideways for a year or two, couldn't it, Winky? As it consolidates. But it's getting juicy, though. Is there any news on Estee Lauder as to why they're that low? Is it just a cyclical low or no? Well, there's no back test coming. They back tested successfully the 1 minute trigger. We're going higher. That's a successful back test already happened right here. That's a successful back test. We're going higher. We're going to trade this right now. We're trading 550.06 next. America, baby. That's a successful. That's a fucking tweezer right there. Bam. A reversal right there. We're going higher. Well, I watched it reverse on me. Ha ha! You're wrong this time, sucker. Keep your eyes on TLT. Hopefully it'll blood. We got a 30-year auction tomorrow. My God, those 549s are pumping now, huh? Woo! Those things are pumping right along. Pumping right along those woo! 549s looking sexy. Trading in the money now. PT1 right here. 550.84. Let's go coast to coast. There's a little target here at 550. Be careful of a reversal. So I got to give you guys a couple warnings here, okay? We're trading a 1 minute trigger here. Hold on here. I got to give a warning. You guys are like, it didn't hit this tick. I'm like, that's because we're looking for that tick. So let me just show you something here. Okay. Take this as a warning. Take this as a warning, okay? We're going to get rid of all this real quick. We're going to get rid of everything, okay? Take it nice and easy. Look at that fucking V shape, baby. Look at that fucking V shape. So we got to talk about something here. This is on a 30-minute basis here. We're going to go to a 1 hour basis and a 4 hour basis, okay? Let's scale out a little bit, okay? Sellers. Right here, right? And there's some smart sellers, right? They're right here. Weak Jim Bros down here. There is going to be an attempt to sell on the daily trigger to the downside. There's going to be another attempt to sell right here. There's going to be another attempt to sell right here. Whether you like it or not. We're in the weakest time of the year. They're going to do it like bread and butter. They don't care if we go higher. I just know they're waiting here. So, this is a 4-hour basis right here. We're going to go back to a 1-hour basis. As we approach resistance, known resistance above, and volatility, if you're bulled up here, you're like, Cap, we ain't getting no more down, bro. We're going to 9,000 on S&P 500, brother. I want you to know that you first need to get above the daily trigger. Okay? You then need to get above 554.15. Okay? Then you need to get above 556.78, believe it or not. Okay? You're going to see the, and you got another one above, but you really want to see some kind of back test on this. Like you want to see like a successful back test here in the cross or here wherever it takes place. You want to see the hourly break above, and you want to see a back test. I know that you are all excited. You're like, oh God, we're going up here, bro. But then they send you down, depths of hell, right? You're like, you're buying calls right here, and it's going down, and it get fucked up. So like, just if you're a bull, be aware of danger along the way. Be aware that there's sellers here, here, and here. Also, you don't want to see failure right here. If you see failure right here, we're going to go right down to the depths of hell. Boom, boom. That's what's going to happen. You want to see price go whoop, right up there. I'm going to see it go right up here. Whether it goes higher or it rolls down, I don't care, because the hourly will pick it up. Make sense? So you're watching now for behavior and price. I also want you to know that you see how violent this is? Wham, 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 wham. Any one of these can do a liquidation break, even if it's going higher. You want to be seeing these new highs. New high, new high, new high. Also, notice how you can get cut up in here. Or you just wait and you take the easy path to boom higher, okay? This is the money trade over here. Least volatility trade. You're escaping all this crap over here. This is all volatility. Very dangerous. You can trade it. It's just very dangerous. You better be a good goddamn trader. Like, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, out, in, you know, like that kind of stuff. Make sense? You want to get above those yellow lines, not fail as we approach them. Excuse me. Thank you. I think I'm getting sick. I think I've got a temperature. I can feel like a temperature coming on. I'm feeling like I'm getting nauseous too. Like I'm gonna throw up. I think I might be sick. It's like coming over me this morning. I think the kids might have given me something. Yeah, I'm not feeling good. There's something funky going on. Something's up. What is your friend? It's not bad. Kind of like that. What is your friend as we test these things? Do you know? Tell me in the chat. What's your friend? How do you trade all this? Do you know? You tell me. How do you trade this? Uh, 4 hours good. 1 hour would work. 1 hour, or the hourly trigger would work, right? All that stuff would work, right? So you're buying dips, right? With stops underneath on the hourly trigger or the 4 hour or 4 hour bar, 1 hour bar, right? That would work too. Are you jumping into trades like if this is your target right here? Are you like, I'm getting long right here, Cap? Is that your trade or no? Just say no. Just tell me no. Please tell me no. That's right. Negative velocity in the hourly basis. Being aware. Oh, wait a minute. Being aware of pre-market lows, right? Points of interest, places we've been hanging out. Right? Areas of interest we keep returning to. Right? Breakouts above consolidation or below distribution. Doom and gloom if you're a bull, right? Oh my God, I'm getting sick. I can feel it. It's like it started happening like it started happening before I got on the show. I was like coughing and weaving, getting like phlegm in my throat, and I'm getting hot flashes and nausea. I've only had knowingly COVID once. I haven't been sick since then either. I've only been sick once since 2019. Yeah, I pound emergency. I've got some. I've got some multivitamins here. $5.49C trading $1.49 right now.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Oh. I hope the fuck I'm not sick. $1.66, a touch of the daily trigger. $1.81, up 300% right now. Maybe it's the spider bite. It's gone down. Maybe it is a spider bite. Maybe it is that. I'm all fucked up right now, boys. Watch that supply up there in Bookmap. Heading to 550. 83 right now. Oh, you were talking about Alta? I gotcha. Yeah, because they got those kick-ass stores, and they're a step up from Five Below, too, right? $150 million. Harry, $150 million. I'll talk to you about it privately if you want, Harry, but not on public. SPX coming to test Gamma Flip, baby. Woo. Place to take profit is very soon. Look for a pullback at some point. If we can trade 55160, be nice. Gamma Flip slightly higher this afternoon. 55.35. It's just a note. It's right where I have this 551.60 Gamma Flip right here. You guys want to see it? Oh, yeah, baby. Reach for the sky. I wonder where you are. Woo! We're on 1 minute chart right now. It looks bigger than it really is. There's still going to be a reverse. We're coming back to test that daily trigger. I guarantee it. It's kind of like when you're trading like a 30-second chart or a 5-second chart. You're like, look at that, dude. Market's crashing. Go back to like a half an hour and you're like, ooh. It was like 1 bar, bro. Yeah. 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 Bears are out right now. They're like, time to sell. I'm in pain right now. They better start selling this soon. Ooh, that's like some that's like Blade, right? Does that remind you of Blade from like the 90s? God damn, that's some roof. That's some Yeah, infected mushroom. I will say something else to you. If you're looking for a place to hedge, we're coming into it on the Gamma Flip. If you would like a place to hedge, we're on a 1 minute chart right now. Give and take some hand grenades. That actually wasn't a bad song. That was very reminiscent of like the old school, like way back in the day, rave days. Like, I'm going in a K-hole. Yeah, Prodigy too, right? That specific song reminded me of Blade, the vampire blood scene. Someone posted that somewhere. It does. It works both for bulls and bears, doesn't it? That wasn't a bad track. I dig it. Bears are like blood, baby. It's our first line of defense. We have to hold the line here on the daily trigger. You're like, is that Chamath talking right now? He didn't do leg day. Chamath, why you all bared up, bro? You ain't got no big legs, dude. You got your all upper body, bro. You missed leg day. Rage Against the Marley. It's 1:55 in the afternoon. You know what 2 o'clock means. It's usually the shit hour for bulls, but we don't get a lot of time in the day yet today. Return to the scene of the crime. You remember we were crashing last week, right? Currently trading 550. $12 away from all-time highs. It's not just a seasonal low, Cap. It's Black Monday. Ooh, look at that. Look at Bookmap. It's all like there's nothing there. There's like nothing holding the market up. Look at it. Jesus Christ. There's like no floor here. Look at it. We're going downtown. 528, here we come. Oh, I'm not talking. I think you're on vacation, man. We're talking about other market participants with millions of followers. You know, the smart guys, Winky. Not guys like you with 5 followers, man. Not guys like you. They do their smoke bombs and disappear. I know. I'm with you, brother. I think most of our guys are shadow banned. Like, like I think David AMS is shadow banned. Like, Eat Trading Shorts got like 5 fucking followers. Like, I think everybody around us has like 5 fucking followers. Like, even my Tesla friends are now shadow banned. Like Jeremy Judkins, all those guys, Franken Puppy, they're all fucking shadow banned now too. We're all cynical bastards. All of the same cloth. Yeah, Franken Puppy. He's a cool guy. I like him too. He's a good guy. I think I talked to him once years ago. Finally, we had chatted, and he was like, "I gotta find out." He's like, "Are you real or not?" He's like, I can't tell if you're just being facetious or shit. I get a lot of those. I get like DMs from people. I get phone calls from people like, what do you like? Are you like? I gotta understand where you're coming from here because you're all over the place, and I'm like, oh, I'm shit posting and very, very facetious with a very dark sense of humor. A lot of black comedy floating around here. I was raised on Mel Brooks and I was raised on like just like all the old English comedy and shit. So like people are always like, where do you I get it now. I'm like, okay. Absurdist comedy, black comedy, gallows humor, all that kind of stuff. Probably from the Army. If I had to guess, it's from the Army. The Army probably taught me that the worst. We were talking about yesterday in the Discord of the day before, late one night. Like the military teaches you some like really nasty humor. Gets people angry sometimes. It's very pointed. The intent is that's the intent, right? It bursts
39% of oil
stress.
in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico is shut as
It's poignant because you're under so much stress, right?
Louisiana coast.
The stock market's like that, very stressful for most people.
And more from BSEE, 49% of natural gas production at the U.S. Gulf of Mexico is shut due to Hurricane Francine.
Came in right in time this morning, huh? Came on the show right at the bottom. Not bad, huh? Get him a chair, swing around. Woo! Who's ready to go up now? You guys on down days, we just show up when we start turning around. Like, there's the turn, boys.
Fed IG says Bostic violated.
You are banned. I almost put out a tweet this morning about Elon. Like, I'm a Tesla bull, but Elon, man, it's so fucking cringy. That Taylor Swift post, like, he just got in trouble for sexually harassing a masseuse on an airplane, right? You know why? He's so rich and powerful that he's in a bubble. He's only got he doesn't have a lot of access to people. Like, they limit people's access to him, right?
Bostic created an appearance of acting on confidential information.
Yeah, we know that though, right? It says Fed's Bostic violated Fed rules on trading. That was from last year, wasn't it? Or is he busted a second time? This is the second time he's in trouble? Bostic violated Fed rules on trading. Shocker. He got in trouble for that last year, I think, or the year before. I don't know if it's the same thing or not. But Elon got busted he was on a flight, right? And his masseuse, he was like, "You want to give me a handy? I'll change your life." And they settled, I think, out of court or whatever. Allegedly. I'll just say allegedly so I don't get any trouble. All this is allegedly. So this morning I was going to make a post because this one guy made a great comment after his post about he'll take care of Taylor Swift's kitty and give her his babies. I was like, the fuck out of here. Number one, you creepy ass old man. Number two, she can fuck whoever she wants. Literally. Can fuck anyone she wants. She ain't fucking you, bro. Sorry. You ain't her type. What was hilarious was that his grandfather, or not hilarious, but gross, is that like because when you're in that insular group, when you're like that insular, incest is the best. You're trying to like harass and fuck everyone in your fucking small bubble. That's real. That shit happens to those people. That's why he acts like he does on Twitter. He's got all the money and the power in the world, so he acts like a fucking douchebag on Twitter. That's a fact. So I've known people like this. Maybe not him in particular, but you know why they like someone made a great comment. They said Elon Musk is like the kid you knew as a child whose dad owned a cool place. And I had a friend like this. His dad owned a pool hall, a really nice one for families. And he always wanted you to come hang out at the pool hall with him, but nobody did because he was a douchebag. So if you even become friends with him, he wants to take you to the pool hall and then show off how awesome he is. And that's kind of like Elon Musk. So there's like different levels of this shit in life, right? But you're not impressed with the pool hall. You'd rather just go to the pool hall and not hang out with that douchebag. Twitter's like that, right? You want to go to Twitter but not hang out with fucking Elon Musk. And so he made that comment about Taylor Swift. And, Elon Musk's great-grandfather or grandfather or some shit was married to a woman. And he divorced her. And his stepdaughter, who was like 7 years fucking old, grew up and he started fucking her and got her pregnant when she was an adult, but it's still disgusting. Like, can you imagine? I could not imagine knowing a 7-year-old. And then when she turns 18, I'm like, I'm going to start fucking her and give her a baby. Like, that's some fucked up shit. So there's got to be like some dysfunction junction, right? Trump grew up like that too. Trump grew up in a really fucked up family. His dad was a fucking monster. The Kennedys, same shit. All the Kennedys. The Kennedy patriarch, Joe Kennedy, was a monster. But it's very common. And so if it was anyone else saying something like that, right? If anyone else made that tweet today, I'd have been like, yeah, it's kind of funny. It is funny. But not from him. Like, from him, it's creepy as fuck. Yeah, my dad owns a dealership. Exactly. It was so creepy. I was like, dude, like, you're not a normal person. Like, you shouldn't say those things. It's inappropriate for you in particular to make that joke. Some dude on Twitter with 100 followers, it's great. It's hilarious. Some anonymous person, it's funny. It actually is kind of funny, even if it's in bad taste. It's kind of funny. Even if it's not your comedy, it's kind of funny. But him, gross. Ugh. And he's got a history of it. Like, gross. Like, it's nasty. I can't even think of finding a young woman attractive. I don't find 18, 20-year or nor 30-year-old. Well, about 30-year-old do they start becoming hot. But I'm getting old. Like, your taste should move up with age. And women get beautiful as they get older. And it's like age appropriateness, right? What the fuck do you have in common with her? Nothing. Like, what am I going to do? Fuck her and take her out for ice cream or some shit or to a movie? Fuck you have in common with her? Nothing. Creepy. Gross. Gross. Yeah, dude. Sexual predators are fucking gross. Like, the fuck you have in common with an 18-year-old girl? Like, what do I have in common with an 18-year-old girl? Nothing. Can't even take her out to get a drink. Take her out for ice cream and shit. Come on, honey, let's go get some ice cream.
Traded on confidential information.
I can't even have a conversation with an 18-year-old that's not from an adult perspective. It's like predatory. Well, she is, but he's old as fuck. And she and she in particular, at her age, her looks and her status, she doesn't need shit from him. Zero. In his background publicly is that he has this like incestuous, I like younger people. Like the implicate, like the, or just the nearness of it. If he didn't have any of that in his background, I'd be like, it's fine. Or fine, or maybe not fine, but not the worst. But for him in particular, it's gross. It's nasty. It's disgusting. It's improper. He's got it running around in his family. He's got sexual assaults, or he's got sexual assault stuff thrown at him already. Like, I'll have your baby and take care of your cats. Ugh. She don't want your baby, bro. Guaranteed. Guaranteed she doesn't want your baby. Gross. Yeah, I'm looking for a reversal up here. Absolutely. I'm looking for a reversal. I'm looking for the move higher and the roll down. That's what I'm looking for. Unless I'm proven different. There should be no difference here either. Let's go back and I get these questions all the time. I get them all the time. I get these questions all the time. Every day, all the time. I get them all the time. I get the questions I always get are this. These are the famous ones. Well, Capper on the Daily Trigger. We're done, right? Moonshot, brother. All-time highs, right? And I'm like, we haven't back-tested the Daily Trigger yet, have we? Have we? Anyone? Have we? We're on the Daily Trigger right now. Have we back-tested it successfully? I make videos about this. We come back to what happened. What about? Explain this to me. What's this? What's that? No, not done yet. Nope, not done yet. Nope, not done yet. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Nope, not done yet. Wrong. It's like a bear, right? Wrong, 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 wrong. We're up here, right? What do we need to see? Right? Nice new high. Back test, hourly trigger. Let's get long right here, and we can start getting bulled up again, right? Otherwise, what are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? We can squeeze, right? Fail the new high. Oh, hold on. Moonshot. Just another liquidity grab to the downside, right? So for right now, we are still in this trade, right? Even though we're squeezing, we're still in a bear trade. We are still in a bear trade. Even how and this looks gorgeous. I love it. It looks great. Got a low, got a higher low. As a bull, you have to be tactful, measured in your moves, know where the danger is, know if you break down and have a failure here, then we're going downtown, right? Back to what? At minimum, this, right? Break below, boom, new low, right there. So, even with all the exuberance, we have to be very, 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 as a bull, you have to be very, very tactful. The bears are in control of this market right now. Even with this squeeze, bears are in control. If we do break higher, and we go, boom, new high, and bulls get in control, what do I tell bears? Now you have to be tactful, not me. As a buyer, I should be buying every dip, right, with confidence. Bears are just sitting up here waiting to sell us down. So This is where bulls get FOMO'd up. Think everything is honky-dory, and bam, they get hammered. So, no, we're not out of the woods yet. We aren't, and there's sellers up here. So, and all of our bull exuberance or whatever, that's just another chance for sellers to get some liquidity and want to rain hell down on us down here. And the same is true on lows, right? They're always late to the party, sellers, and then they get in, and then they get hammered, right? Drinking the Kool-Aid. Bulls right now start drinking the Kool-Aid. Right where we are. Bulls are, I guarantee it. I guarantee on FinTwit, everyone's drinking the Kool-Aid right now. Everyone's like partying. Bulls are like, fuck yeah, everything's awesome. Woo! And meanwhile, there's a smart seller that's going, I just want that fucking price up there so I can hammer these fucking bulls down to Hades. I'm out. I'm out of my calls. I told the Discord. I only tell I don't tell my trades anymore on public a lot because I I talked about this yesterday. I don't talk about it a lot, but we restream to blogs and Discords. We restream in Europe. We restream on Twitch and YouTube. We have roughly about anywhere from on a daily basis 10 to 15,000 people watching. And I don't want to impact the SPY. So I only talk with the Discord now. What I think is happening is when I would say trades, people would take them and tell their other friends and all these other people, and then they exponentially grow in the trade. Then you got like all of us buying zero dates at the same moment, and they counter me. The dealers do. So ever since I stopped making my trades public on stream, when I'm entering and exiting, my trades are fucking sexy. Because there's only like 4 or 5 of us trading it together. 10 of us trading it together. Too many people trading the same goddamn shit. Too many people telling their friends. Too many people copy trading. Too many people on FinTwit. So, can't do it anymore. Not gonna. Like I'll give you I do give you a general gist on the stream, like, hey, I'm long, or I closed long, stuff like that. But I don't give exact details anymore on public. I can't. I can't do it on public anymore. I want to, I just can't. And I don't think it's you counter trading me. I think that it's all of us taking the trade. We are getting counter traded as a community. All of us, free members, people watching. On zero dates in particular, I think that we get counter traded by dealers. And I don't think they're watching. When I say that, I'm joking. What I think is that you get maybe, I don't know, $2-3 million in calls, $500,000 in calls, $300,000 in calls, $100,000 in calls. Sometimes if it's a lot of calls, everyone's doing it at the same time. People are checking in. Oftentimes, I'll see my viewership on what people. So I've got viewership statistics. If most people think we're at a bottom or a top, my viewership goes crazy, and they're seeing if it's time to sell or time to buy. So you start amplifying, and I don't want to amplify that shit. And once the demand goes away, if they chase them, then they counter it, and then I get fucked. I start losing money, so I can't lose money anymore. people are listening and don't chat either. They're just in the back. We have a lot of people to watch this show. For an S&P 500 show, it's a lot of people. I think we do 2,000 a day on 2,000 a day on YouTube, and anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 on Twitch. And then we restream in Europe for a couple thousand people, and then we do some blogs and discords have asked me if they can restream. So then you get like one guy on FinTwit. He's like tells his friends like I'm long this. Maybe he has high follow count. I'm short that. Then they start telling their friends, that kind of stuff. So. And those are the ones that I know about. Like that on like Fed days, we'll get like 8,000 to 10,000 watchers in a day. And any like big events, any big bottoms, big tops. Most like S&P traders for live streams are like 200-300. Not all. We're like the number 2 or 3 live streamer for this stuff on Twitch right now. I don't do any fake follows. That's another thing. I don't do a bunch of stuff to gain followers, which I should, but I don't. There's a bunch of stuff I could do in the background that I don't do. I don't clean up the show a lot. I intentionally don't want 1 million followers. I don't fake my viewership. You wouldn't believe how many people fake their follower counts on social media and viewership. You'll see like viewers like 10, 20, 30, 50,000, 100,000 views. A lot of that is fake as fuck. Fake. I have a friend who can see fake followers, inorganic follower growth on Twitter. It's easy to see. You can actually see people's inorganic growth, spikes in it. I know a lot of people on Twitter with fake follower counts. So you get like, you can pay for that stuff. You can pay for it on YouTube. You can pay for it on Twitch. Pay for it on Twitter. I don't do any of it. Zero. None of it. If I made videos that I recorded, I'd probably have 100,000 followers. If I like recorded an hour and a half video every night, I'd probably be at 100,000 at this point. If I did like a like an actual like market brief in the morning, market brief at nighttime, showed up for a live stream for like 20 minutes a day, I'd probably be doing very well. Like roll in Winky to it, roll in David into it. That's the other side of it. Like the structure of what we do is not what YouTube and Twitch want. They want specific formats and styles to what you're doing, look to what you're doing. We're more like early Joe Rogan. Do our own thing. And we're not here for the views. We're here for making money. That's what we're here for. The number of people with fake following is huge. It's massive. It's everywhere. And then crafting your content. It's so multifaceted. Like I could craft content here. Like it's easy. You just look at like GME is a great example. If I focus on GME, Apple, NVDA, Tesla, Palantir, there's a few of them, like some memes, rotate the memes in and out, do update videos in the regular, whether it's burning or going to the moon, tell people I care, because you know what I'll drop a stock like it's a bad habit, right? I don't fall in love with anything. I'll fall in love with stuff, but not like some people do. Like I would have to come on the show, make videos about the intricacies of Tesla, lie to you and tell you that it matters. Like that pisses people off. Like you don't make friends like that. A lot of these guys lie to you. Like you wouldn't believe the number. If any of these guys have been participants in the market for any length of time, they absolutely know that none of that shit matters. But they don't care. They're selling you a story. Like that's their job. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're selling you content. They're influencing you. That's what they're doing. You don't see it? it's clear as day. They got sponsors. They got this. They got that. I get offered that shit all the time. I say no to it. Like, people you find on Twitter, social media managers. They're not even the ones tweeting. They hire somebody. Person goes out. They do consistency. Everything is to make sure you're happy. Everything covers every base. You don't believe it. Like, that's actually him. No, it's not. It really isn't. There's like value placed on Twitter handles. There's a whole like industry around this behind the scenes. And I guess you have to make the decision for yourself if you are that person or not. I'm not that guy. I know I'm not. I've hung out with those people. I just went to two influencer things. Well, no, I went to one influencer convention. I was like, I'm not that person. Recently, I went to a big show and a VIP thing, and dude, so this one guy, I'm not going to tell you his name, but he's an influencer, and he's got a company, and he's a really nice guy. I liked him, and I was like, I like leaned into him, right? He was like selling me on something, like some kind of collaboration, and I leaned into him, and I was like, look, man, I was like, I got to be honest. I was like, stop trying to sell me in all of our chatting here. I really like you. I want to hang out with you. And he's like point blank looked at me right in the eyes, and he goes, I can't stop. He's like, that's what we're doing. Everything is a sale, man. Like like that's what I do. And I'm like, I can't do it, dude. I was like, I can't. I was like, I'd like to just hang out and talk about anything but trying to like do a sale or a deal or a grift or make money or anything like kind of stuff. Like, I don't need it. Like, I just don't need it. I'm here to have fun, and that's it. And he couldn't get over it. That's fine. I get it. They're like entrepreneur bros or something. I forget what they're called, like entrepreneur bros or serial entrepreneur bros. I don't know if that's the term for those guys. This guy's a really nice guy too. Like, I liked him. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he's a good guy. But he's like, it's just in me. He's like, this is just what I do. And I'm like, oh man, I'm like, I can't do it. Like, I'll never be that guy. You know, so I can't. I'm not that person. It's like selling your soul. I can't live like. Can you imagine like living like that in life? Can you imagine being that person? I can't do it. I would make a really bad movie star. I'd make a horrible movie star. Or like I don't know, like a rock star or something like that. I couldn't be that person. I couldn't live that. I think it's an art too. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm not negative on it. I think there's like, we need those people, right? They make TV shows, they make music, they make podcasts, they do all the cool shit. They look great, right? They're always handsome. They always like, perfect teeth, perfect hair, perfect clothes, always up in style, good to have around, show them off, that kind of stuff. You know, I'll never be that person. I can't. In LA, we used to call them fake plastic trees. They got a song about it, fake plastic trees, right? LA industry people, fake plastic trees. They're everywhere. There's like millions of them. They're like crawling all over Los Angeles. They're not bad people. I do think they're artists. I do. I think that they serve a purpose. I've got nothing negative to say about it. Honestly, nothing negative to say about it. I think it's valid. I follow influencers. I follow people on YouTube. I'm like, that guy's an influencer. I like him. I love the content. Squeezing higher now. Trading 550.89. Target above 552.88. You know where we want to go to the end of the day, right? 556, right? Way up here. 556 is the price target above. I deleted the price targets on the upside earlier because we were showing some stuff. I would like to see that number or near it. 556. I think it's 556.40. I'm right. I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know if we can get there or not. I'm just not that person. I'm not built for that crap. Some people are good at it. They revel in it. I can't do it. I'm like an old school homebody or something. I don't know. 100%, David AMS. You read what David AMS is saying right now. Guess what? What are we doing with damage today, David? What are we building right now? The wick. We're building the upside wick right now, aren't we? This candle will be the top of a wick. Binky yesterday made a video. I made a video yesterday, right? Binky said he was going to post it, showing you how to find a top or a bottom. Same thing every time, every day. Like works every time, 60% of the time. Panther piss. Yeah, I got 556 as the upside target, brother. I think 556.40. Somewhere in there. Yeah, dude, I swooped back in on the bottom this morning. I came back on the stream and I'm like, you ready to start riding? There was like one more like swoop down that was possible. We just started turning right back up, hit the hourly. Consolidated, started ripping some fucking faces off to the upside. Then I was getting yelled at, can you give me a trade? So I gave a trade. That was it. One trade a day. I'm going to take a quick break and stand up really quick. My knees are hurting me. I'm going to go off the chair really quick. Do a quick workout. Pump some weights. It's now 2:45. I just want you to be aware that we normally have that one moment right at 1500, a.k.a. 3 p.m.
NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at $1.89.
Don't forget the murder bot that comes out at 2:30.
$2.27.
Got an upside target up here of 52.88. It's now 2:31. You got about 29 minutes left. Another half-hour candle. What up, Stacy? Stacy, I thought your super gal handle in the Discord was a different super gal. I didn't know it was you, Stacy. You want feet pics for the views? All right, I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. I need a quick break. I got to stand up. My left AC and MCLs are bothering. I'm breaking down here. I don't know if it's the bug bite or what. I'm like breaking down in the stream.
October futures settle at
I'll be right back.
$60.31 a barrel. That's up $1.56 or 2.37%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Girl, them want move like projector. Showstopper, we stay proper. Girl, them want flex to them see so we dapper. Don't say, big up the selector. Girl, them want move like projector. Trees blow, we don't need to say so. Bless, no stress, never know we change flows. Big up the selector. Showstopper, we stay proper. Girl, them want flex to them see so we dapper. Don't say, big up the selector. Girl, them want move like projector. Trees blow, we don't need to say so. Bless, no stress, never know we change flows.
We have Bloomberg on right now. We don't have Bloomberg on. We've got I've got News Squawk. Let me just check, make sure it's on. But we have News Squawk on right now. There's just nothing playing. Yeah, we're connected to News Squawk. We're on, and we're also on Financial Juice. They will override the music when they come on. You just want it quiet? I'll make it quiet. You want it quiet? Juan Donez, you want it quiet? I'll leave it quiet, man. I love you too, Stacy.
Brent crude futures settle at $70.61 a barrel. That's up $1.42 or 2.05%.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
All right, just a quick note here. We're going to chat really quick here. Oh, dude, I'm getting sick. I'm definitely getting sick. I know I'm getting sick. There ain't no way. I don't know if it's maybe because my sleeping is all messed up with the debate last night. Like being awake that late for the debate, I was whooped. And then I woke up early this morning because I didn't want to do a brief. I wanted the digestion of the stuff last night before I put the brief out early morning. So I was up at the crack of dawn this morning. Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm just worn out. I'm hoping, like I'm trying to talk myself into being worn out. Okay, so a couple things here we're going to chat about. When I draw these things, it's not that we're going there. I draw it out so that you can imagine in your head what you're looking for if the move is, let's say, lower. So you have the first low right here. See it? You get the first low right there, right? You're now looking for the second new low below the support level. See it? You just have to break that right there. If you break that make that new low, you would then short from here on the 1 minute trigger. So let's look at it really quick. There's no guarantee we do this, but I want to talk about the steps of this. So we have consolidation or distribution, right? It's not guaranteed yet. This is where traders get fucked up. You have the first dip down. This is how you get bull traps and bear traps on every time frame. So you have the first low right here. And you should, in your mind, be watching this. So, like, this is your first low right here. Right? And you're watching for a break of that low. Any break will do you. Just, like, got to get underneath it. You got to get underneath it. If you do, my preference for where we are is below, though. It's below support. I'd prefer it to be underneath here. So, now if we do break down there, so you've got your move. You got your initial move lower. Supposedly, you've got the failure of buyers here. And now you want the buyer trapped in, right? So you trap them in. And now they're panicking, right? Someone bought the dip. They just got flushed. And then you're waiting for, you give them the out usually. They usually get an out. They get a chance to actually exit their trade. And then you're kind of over here ready to sell the fuck out of them. So if you see the green candle end, let's say on a minute basis, in this case, you start to see the red candle form, you're like ready to sell that. Bam, down there, and you're making money. Cha-ching, payday, baby. And you reset this up again and again and again on the way down. Now, we're not there yet. And I want to make a point in fact about this. If you look at this closely, you get the original low. It's right here. Right? And notice that you didn't get the low. Look right here. See how you didn't get the low right there? And this is that trade. You're looking for that low. You're still not short. You're just looking for it. You're watching, observing. And notice how you didn't get the low. So when you don't get the low to short from here, what do they do to you? Do you know? This is called a bull trap or a bear trap in this instance. And what they'll do is they'll run it up on you now. So let's say you got short. Let's say you got short right here. Right? You're like, I'm shorting this perfectly. You did not get the new low. You got the low, but not the new low. So what they're going to do right now is they're going to run this fucker right up into you. And they're going to retest your position. And they're likely going to actually go higher or attempt to. That's the thesis here. Even if we reverse down, they're still going to go up there and push you out of your position up here. So this is not the position of strength. So when you're out there on public and you're like, I top ticked it, most of you are taking a trade for duration that has a low probability of winning. And you always want the trade that's a high probability win. You always want the trade that's got like 85%. You can do this on a smaller time frame, like 30-second chart, 5-second chart, something like that. 15-second chart, yeah, you'll be fine. But on like a 1-minute chart, or depending on the frame that you're on, how this forms, and in this formation on a 1-minute basis, whoever this is right now short is up here watching. They're short right here. And they're watching this reversal, and they're panicking right now. They're like, oh, fuck, it's coming back up on me. And what'll happen is they'll blast up here, trigger your stops. Hold on here. Blast up here, trigger your stops at the worst possible place, too. It's like you're short. They either trigger your stops or panic you. It'll still come back down when you should have, like, got out of your short, not up here, but down here. And the same thing is in the inverse, too, for bulls. If you flip this over, it's the same shit. Now, some of you are going to say something like double top, right? You're like, double top cap, it's just going to go up here. It's not going to go any higher. It's double top. And it's just for liquidity to the downside. My point to you is that irregardless, every time you see this action, you wait for the confirmation so that you're short at the right place. Because this may or may not happen. They might roll it back down, might be a double top, might be this, that, and the other thing. You're still getting hammered like more times than not in the trade. More times than not, you're actually wrong and you're getting smoked.
So Trump says
so you're still waiting for this moment over here.
Fox.
Irregardless if it fails and they ring it back down, you're like still over here waiting for the trade, not getting straight up eaten up in here, getting fucking annihilated. You know what I mean? So anyways, we'll keep watching it. We got to talk about expectations for tomorrow. We got to talk about some expectations for tomorrow. Sellers are running out of time. They're running out of time. And we're going to talk about that right now. So sellers have some opportunity this week, right? No hindsight trading, right? Come into Sunday. And we know that on Wednesday is their big